Mr. Clean is a machine, mean sex machine. That really rhymes. Yeah.
Hey.
Hello, sir.
Look who's here. We're all here already.
We are.
This is, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to my Saturday night stream. Let's talk. I built this as a co-stream with the DDLD. It's a little MAFVHOI on combined with my stream here. And Joe, we thought Joe was going to be streaming this on his, but Joe, tell us what's happening.
Well, Joe came home and hasn't touched his computer since MAFVHOI on Thursday night. Hasn't really done anything. And came up here and everything was fucked. My Elgato control center will not sync with the key light. So I was orange as hell, like a certain ex-president. I was orange as could be. I had to go into my OBS settings to fix that because I still can't get the key light to sync up. I did just get some of the buttons to work. So I don't know what the hell's going on. DDLD stands for what? Well, it stood for the dry down, low down originally when I was still fragcomming it. But as we know in my FFC coalition that I have formed, the Fuck Fragcom Coalition, I don't spend a whole lot of time on all that anymore. So now it's just the DDLD. It just worked out like that.
It's like the way KFC used to be Kentucky Fried Chicken. Now it's just KFC.
Yes, exactly.
Right.
Yeah.
I think there's been a number of companies that ultimately rebranded just to their initials over time. KFC is the one that stands out, but I know there's a couple more.
They all scale down to something.
So it works. But the longer you're around doing this, and I suppose the less you talk about perfume, the more people are going to wonder, right? What does DDLD stand for?
Yeah,
you're going to have to think of some alternate meanings.
I still will talk about fragrance once in a while. Well, obviously there's things I like and stuff like that. There's still videos. I keep saying this, but there's still videos that I'm trying to finish when I get the time. I do plan to finish them. But you know what? I've got a new plan. I used to try to do the Fragcom game where it was like, oh, the new thing dropped. You got to get your review out first and all that. I don't so much give a shit about that anymore. So when I do a fragrance review now, I'm going to take as much time on it as I want and try to really make it really good. So that's my new plan.
Cool. Well, most of us would say you were making them really good before. So
well, thank you, but I would like to make them a little more entertaining. And if I don't feel rushed, then maybe I can take my time and do that.
Yeah. Well, I think we all agree that we like what you're doing right now too with MAFVHOI.
Well, Skells is saying drunk dummy loves drinking. I'm drinking coffee, you son of a bitch. I'm not even drinking, bastard. Why are people so rude in this community, Clean?
I know, right? It's how it goes, I guess. There's something, I suppose every community gets has a personality, has a community. And this community has a personality of being smart asses and rude for fun, I think, right?
I think so. I'm very sensitive.
Yes, very, very sensitive.
We all know how sensitive I am.
Speaking of sensitive, I did send the link to several very sensitive people, some of them who are chatting in our chat right now. And those of you in the sound of my voice that have the link, feel free to come backstage whenever you're ready, and we'll find the spot to bring you in.
Not to interrupt you, Joe Anthony. Yeah. When the internet or power take a shit like on Thursday, it has to be reprogrammed again. But I did reboot my computer. Usually if there's a problem, that does solve it, but that didn't do it this time. So I think I got to resync everything, and I didn't have time to do that. But
that sounds like a pain in the ass.
It is, but it doesn't happen very often. But I did forget, if you recall, at the end of MAFVHOI, my internet went out.
Oh, that's right.
And then I tried to sync into, probably when I hotspotted into my phone. I probably fucked everything all up. You know, this newfangled internet that all these crazy kids are busy with. Like, you know?
Well, you know, it seems I mean, you're kind of a technology guy, and you've got a system there that many of us don't have. It seems almost like, right, the more you add, the more that you do to make it better, the more shit that potentially goes wrong, right?
Yeah. So if you've ever seen me go live from my buddy who built those studio in his basement, right? He built $100,000 studio in his basement, and all he has is problems all the time. He's constantly on tech support. He's constantly wanting to like just blow his brains out. You know, he's just like, bro, like why I spent all this money but that is true. It's like the more devices you have, the more difficult it becomes to keep everything functioning correctly. It almost becomes untenable after a while, you know?
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I give you props for having all this stuff and making the extra effort. I can't see myself fussing with even more than I'm already fussing with to do this.
Yeah.
Like I can sometimes barely remember, oh, I can switch over to comments and highlight comments. Oh yeah, pop back over to the other things and have a banner and all that stuff. So
Yeah.
I want to understand why I would be a character on Frasier. I never watched it. I mean, I'm certainly aware of it. I know the Frasier character from Cheers. And I know all the characters, the main characters on Frasier, but I never really spent a lot of time with it. I want to understand that, Burner. Why
I can understand that.
Really?
Yeah. So Frasier obviously was a psychiatrist. His brother Niles, if I recall correctly, I think was a psychiatrist as well. They were very refined. Like you got your art in the background and all that kind of stuff. That was kind of the vibe. It was kind of that same kind of a vibe. Frasier's had this badass apartment overlooking Seattle, and he had art hanging on the walls, and it was that kind of thing. I could understand where he's coming from.
Okay, that's why I wasn't sure if it was like a character assassination on me.
I mean, it could be backhanded because at one point it depends. Well, you know, it's coming from Kevin, so obviously it meant to attack somehow. You know, that son of a bitch, that Persian bastard. You know, but no, but I get what he's saying in tone. Yeah, and Skells is saying they are bringing back Frasier. They are, and from what I understand, he's going to be back in Boston. Now, does that mean we're going to return to our favorite place where everybody knows your name?
Where did the actual? I know Cheers took place there. Did Frasier take place somewhere else?
No, he moved across the country to Seattle, and then from what I understand in this show now, which this kind of shit really messes with my head. So when he moved to Seattle, he moved his father in. He was a retired police officer in the show, if I recall correctly. Kelsey Grammer is now older than the guy who played his father back then. And now he's moving in with their son. What the hell was his name? He had some kind of weird little dorky name. I'll think of it in a minute. Him and Lilith. The hell was that kid's name? It doesn't matter. He's moving in with his son, from what I understand, from what I've read. And he'll be back in Boston.
Okay, maybe we'll see Gerard as an extra make appearance in it.
I would like to see that.
Yes.
Frederick, yes, Must 31, Frederick. So he's moving in with Frederick, and yeah.
The John, the actor who played Frasier's father. It's been blank. I think it's John. It's on the tip of my tongue.
It's an Irishman's name, right? Wasn't it?
Yeah, I think so. He's a classic Chicago actor. He's a big deal in Chicago. Steppenwolf Theater. Like it's people know him from Frasier, of course, but Chicagoans all know him as just another, one of our Chicago actors that we've all seen many times around here.
Yeah.
So,
yeah, it was a great show, man. That Frasier was very cool. Little fun fact for you, for people in the Philadelphia region. Roz, the woman who played Roz, Frasier's, I guess she was his call screener, producer of he had a talk radio show on
That's right. Yeah.
And her real father was a newscaster. He was a weatherman here named Jim O'Brien. And in the late 70s, early 80s, he was really beloved in the region. He went skydiving and his chute didn't open. And that was the old for Jim O'Brien. And so it was kind of odd when we found, because once you looked at her after you learned that, she looked exactly like Jim O'Brien. But that was the old bummer around here. Everybody, I remember, because he was just like one of those goofy ass newscasters that was always doing wacky and zany shit, and so people loved him at this. John Mahoney.
Told you. John Mahoney. Yes, totally. Yeah.
Told you.
Did you say the guy whose parachute didn't open, he was a weatherman?
He was a weatherman, yeah. And
I'm sure there must have been some jokes about things falling from the sky.
There was
some weather-like jokes.
I don't remember what the joke was now, but there was one going around that the kids we were telling in school. And I went to a Catholic school at the time. And boy, was it frowned upon if you got caught telling the joke. And I can't remember what the hell it was, but yeah. You know how kids can be. Why am I going to be a character? Okay, pick a show that I even watched. God damn it, Kevin. I never saw Spin City.
Oh, I saw Spin City. I watched a handful of episodes of that.
All right, now you get to tell me. Does that make sense?
But I don't. Could have been a character in Spin City. I don't remember it well enough to have a strong opinion on that one.
Was that the one with was that Michael J. Fox? Or am I thinking of something?
I think so. And then didn't it switch? I think it was him, and then
was it Charlie Sheen took over?
Maybe
somebody, when he got Parkinson's, right? Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's what happened. And was it Charlie Sheen? Yeah, I don't know. It's all fuzzy. I certainly didn't watch a lot of that, but DDLD, the reason. Yeah, okay.
Did you watch speaking of that, did you watch the Apple Plus Michael J. Fox documentary?
No, I did not.
Oh, dude, it's so good. So good. It's
is that is it recent?
I want to say maybe a month or two old.
Okay.
Something along those lines. I don't think it's that old. But then again, I lose track of time anymore. But
that's what happens when you're really old.
Son of a bitch.
Right?
You're not, but you're supposed to be the one guy that's not allowed to do it.
I know, but it's sometimes, the older you get, the harder it is to tell one decade from another.
I still remember my favorite decade. Look, now BC's here. He's calling me the artifact. I thought this was, you promised me a safe space.
Well, we certainly try to have a safe space here. We're only as good as our moderators.
All right. Who's failing as a moderator right now? Why Joe Anthony was suggesting I should do a skydiving stream, and I just told you what happened to Jim O'Brien. I just feel there's a lot of hostility in your chat already. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, totally.
The Michael J. Fox doc is with Michael J. Fox, and he starts explaining. I think he says he was 29 years old, and the way the Parkinson's began. He woke up after partying all night and his pinky finger just was twitching and wouldn't stop. And he thought he had just done, whatever he was doing at the time. There was a lot of things back then. People like to snort up their nose. And, I'm not saying he was doing that. I'm just saying it could have been, So he said he thought maybe he just went at it too hard. And one of the biggest problems with him, what I learned in the doc is usually nobody gets Parkinson's that young. So he was almost like an anomaly.
Yeah, it seems like that. Whenever I hear about somebody with Parkinson's, and maybe the one or two people I've met that had it, it seems like they're over 40, if not over 50, when
it kicks in. Yeah. But the guy has one thing you learn from it. He has an amazing outlook considering the bad hand he's been dealt. He's a good sense of humor about everything.
Yeah, totally. He was hilarious at playing himself on Curb Your Enthusiasm.
Yeah, I remember the when he handed him the Coke can or whatever, and it exploded, and he went Parkinson's.
Yeah, and that's one thing. I mean, you gotta love when people are willing to sort of play up and make fun of themselves for their own shit. Curb Your Enthusiasm is always good at that because, Larry David, all his humor is all about like, it's all that real. It's about all the funny things that we do and say and think and how we act in normal life anyway. So.
Yep.
Yeah, it was perfect to have him on there. Aram is asking about Snow White. Is he asking, Aram, are you asking us or are you asking the chat? Because I think we've talked about Snow White, but
well, things have progressed since we spoke about it. So because I think a lot of this has to do with the writer's strike, and there's not a lot of entertainment news going on, so they've dug back and found an interview with her and Gal Gadot, or Gadot. I don't know. Everybody says it different. Pick your own thing. It's like ambergris, ambergris. You know what I mean? You say it the way you want to. That's the way I look at it. I don't know. Everybody has their own thing. Anyway, so they were being interviewed, and she was basically shitting all over the entire story of Snow White. She was just saying that, like, this version is going to be an up-to-date version. The other one was 85 years old. I never really liked that movie. With this one, once again, the girl boss, is going to take over. But it's a very weird thing to watch play out on the internet, because on one hand, no matter how well reasoned you present your position about why you feel they shouldn't have done this movie with the way that they're doing it, you're being called a sexist, a misogynist, a racist, all these different things. And, there's a guy in the movie community, John Roca, that a lot of people call him John Woka. He's a Latino cat, but everything's racist to him. Anything any white person says or does is racist, which in and of itself is racist. So he went on. He put this video up of this very well-reasoned, well-spoken young white dude, and he was just like, "Look, you don't like the film, you don't like the character." And he said, we do have to address the character. His name is Snow White. Skin white as the driven snow. So, okay, you wanted to change that. It's Snow White and the Seven Dwarves, but now we can't have dwarves, so they're not dwarves. There's no Prince Charming because she's going to handle her own affairs. And so he was saying, I'm just hard pressed to figure out why you just didn't make your own story in your own movie. Well, he was being savaged by all this. And it's a fair question. At what point have you deviated so far away from source material that it's no longer the story? Why are you calling it that?
I know, I agree 100%. And we even touched on that last time we talked about it. I mean, it's ridiculous. I do think any story can have some little update. It's like adjusting the seasoning in a recipe over time, certainly a little bit is totally fair to assume is going to happen, but they're changing so fucking much of this.
There's nothing left that resembles the story.
Like Taffy said, it's no white.
It is no white. And the seven diversities, because there's one dwarf, and then the rest are, snow, multiracial, and the seven, whatever. I mean, that pretty much is it. It's like, so at what point? So, and, I watched a really good, there was Andy Signor he played a video of, I don't know who the woman was. So my bad on that one. She did this breakdown of the idea of feminism bashing the concept of any woman who wants to be a mother, right? Who wants to fall in love and who wants to have a family and maybe wants to stay home and live a traditional, wife and mother role. And she said, it's not feminist to diminish that woman or to diminish any women who want to do that. That doesn't, they're not weak, you know? And yeah, man, like if that's your get down, who is anybody to say that you're not doing it right, you know, or that your story is not worthy of being told, you know? And at the end of the day, Snow White was just a story about love, right? And she, you know, had something terrible happen. And these dwarves that everybody seems to hate, these hardworking, hi ho, it's off to work we go dwarves who put their lives on the line to save her, along with the guy who loved her. These are all bad characters now. Why? I don't know. You know, because it's 2023 and
Yeah.
hashtag things.
And again, the thing is, if say as a culture we agree, like, hey, the story was told, Snow White exists. It's not very relevant these days because we don't, you know, deal with dwarves the same, and you know, our women's attitudes are different. If that's the thinking, then we can still say, but okay, Snow White has place. It's fine for what it was at the time.
Right.
We don't need it in this time. All we have to do is say we don't need that anymore. Let's go on and make some new stories.
Yeah, make a new story. Yeah. You know, and I think we can all agree nobody wants dwarves around. You know what I mean? We can all agree with that. But, you know, you can't just say it out loud.
No, you can't. I mean? It's a good thing you didn't.
No, yeah, I would never do that.
No. So since we won't talk about perfume like all night here, obviously, let's talk about for a second. What are you wearing tonight? What's your scent?
I actually I was wearing what the hell was I? Oh, I was wearing Apex when I went out, but I changed my shirt when I came home just to put something lighter colored on and all that kind of stuff. I'm back to wearing. Actually, I was wearing this last week, but I'm still wearing it again. The French Waltz by here, I'll throw it right here.
Oh, cool.
Waltz by Galt Lafleur. It's the Tyler the Creator made this, and I'm just wearing this again. Lots of floral. Rachel dwarves in the WWE. Well, you know, you bring that up, and Hornswoggle was one of the original dwarves in the WWE, and well, at least during the 80s and 90s and stuff like that. Maybe 90s, maybe 2000s. I don't know. Again, see, I lose track of all these decades. He is one of the most angry about Peter Dinklage causing this issue where we can't have dwarves in the film anymore. He was like, well, these are the only roles we get. I don't get cast in Tom Cruise's role, you know. Now you've taken them from us. Now he can't be dwarves, you know, which is it kind of, yeah, I mean, like if dwarves can't play a dwarf in a movie, the hell are we doing? Clean, what have we become?
Yeah, I don't know. It is. Look, Bradley Cooper's getting shit for playing a Jewish man when he's not Jewish now. You know, which I'm sure has happened way more than not, where Jewish people are playing non-Jews and non-Jews are playing Jews. Like it happens all the time in Hollywood, I'm sure.
Yeah.
But now because Bradley Cooper did a prosthetic for his Leonard Bernstein movie to look more like Leonard Bernstein,
not allowed to do that.
Now it's getting all the flack that, oh, you should have cast a Jewish actor to play him.
How come Charlize Theron didn't get beat up when she put on prosthetics to look like Eileen Wuornos? How come that was acclaimed? I don't know. You know, at a certain point, can everybody just knock it the fuck off? I mean, that's what we're getting. Like, I think that's what we're saying in short. Like, the too long didn't read the Cliff Notes is, can everybody just knock it the fuck off? Can we do that? It would be nice.
Yeah. I mean, look, it's not like they're putting on blackface here, you know.
No.
And that's kind of how it's being equated these days.
Yeah. Right? They're not Mickey Rooney in Breakfast at Tiffany's playing an Asian man.
Right.
In the most typical way imaginable. You know, I'm sure Bradley Cooper's going to try to deliver an Oscar-winning performance in that film.
I'm sure. I'm sure the movie and the actors will get nominations for it. Of course. This is what I'm wearing tonight. I haven't worn this one for a while. This is Acqua di Parma Colonia Assoluta. Getting a lot of reflection. Don't
Yeah.
know if you can see. This is Assoluta. This is the one that has been discontinued for what, a couple or a few years. Half a bottle. And I realize I haven't sprayed it on yet this summer. Good God, this is so good. It sucks that it's discontinued, but at the rate that I wear anything, I'm sure even this half bottle will last me quite a while. But I'm really glad I have it. This is this is probably my favorite. It's battled with Acqua di Parma Essenza for me, this one, but I think Assoluta might be my favorite Colonia.
Yeah, Colonia Essenza is my favorite. I've never smelled the one that's been discontinued, so I don't know. But that is the one. I guess the one good thing about these massive collections we have, you're not going to blow through a bottle because you got so many other things you can use all the time.
Exactly. So like you find like something's discontinued, and I didn't realize they discontinued it last year. It's like, oh well, look how much juice I still have in it. When am I ever going to use that all up? I mean, seriously, if I wear this even a couple times a month in the warm weather, this is still going to last me years, right?
Yeah, quite a while. Paris Hilton for Men is a good fragrance. I do enjoy that one. It's so cheap too. Can't go wrong with that. Time.
Really?
Yeah, for the summer. Yeah, I have a bottle of
Paris Hilton. Oh, Paris Hilton for Men. I don't know anything about that. I didn't even know it existed. I didn't know Paris Hilton house did men's.
Yeah, I think she has actually a couple now for men. Allison stole it from me, but then I stole it back. That's how things work around here.
She's a bit of a thief, isn't she?
Sure, she'll just it's not even so much thievery. She'll just say, "This one's mine now." Yeah. And then that's just how that goes.
Well, at least you know where it is.
Yeah, and I don't want any trouble.
Right.
Allison, if you are listening, I saw you were in the chat. If you could go outside and kill the neighbor's dog right now, that would be fantastic. Thank you. And barking.
Hey, again, there were a couple people who said they were going to come on. So, and they have the link and they're here in the chat. So feel free to come on whenever you guys are ready. What are you waiting for? So have you things change and evolve every day with this stuff, right? But it's been maybe a day or two since I've looked at the latest alien news and Grush stuff, but you've been paying attention to what's gone on since his PTSD, his suicidal threat or asking his wife to kill him stuff came out.
Yeah, I saw a little bit of that after you mentioned it. If there's been anything new after that, I'm not familiar. But yeah, that definitely seemed as if it was a planned attempt at discrediting anything he says moving forward. Problem with that for me is that you had other people also testifying like, hey, no, we've seen these things. This has happened, So I think we're a little past trying to discredit things at this point. There's again, and nobody's saying what these things are, but they're saying they've seen these things, and I think that's where we are now.
Yeah,
can't unring the bell.
Yeah, I don't, and this is a solid journalist who did the FOIA, Freedom of Information, whatever. To get that background on him, but I'm not really sure I understand the motivation for it. And yeah, it just seems to be trying to discredit him, and some people are saying, there are the powers that be want him to be discredited this way. Yeah. I don't think this journalist was doing, is any part of the powers that be, but
yeah, it's funny. So for years, because I told you, I think we talked about it when we did it the bit before. I follow these kinds of podcasts. I like to listen to podcasts. Last podcast on the left, Henry Zabrowski is a big UFO guy and all that kind of stuff. And they've talked about these things for years. So we went from people demanding disclosure to then when we started getting some level of disclosure, oh, well, this is a disinformation. This is like a psyop, you know, they're just fucking with us now, to now we're back to trying to discredit the psyop. Like it just, you know, again, Occam's razor, I think, is what we apply here. That, you know, it's just happening the way it's happening. There's no scheme. There's no, I think for a long time they did try to cover up whatever the hell they knew. And now it's, you know, they can't continue to do that. But for some reason, somebody is trying to do that again. But I don't think it's going to work, you know.
You know what I heard today on one of these. So I on my YouTube for news stuff, I subscribe to just some mainstream news. Mm-hmm. I subscribe to some kind of very politically motivated news. I subscribe to some kind of far out, like, you guys are probably a little kooky and you're calling yourselves news, right? And on one of those, and I do that just so I can get all these different angles on what people are saying and how some of these topics are being approached. And today on one of the little kookier ones, now they're saying that this is happening on Twitter. So I don't disbelieve them on that, but I thought it was interesting that the crazy plane lady, some people are saying that the crazy plane lady, when she was saying she saw the thing in the back, or he wasn't there, or whatever, you're not real, that it was aliens. Now they're saying that one.
Yeah, I've seen that. There's a few people suggesting that. Again, everything's got a conspiracy. Yoshi, if you keep posting that way, you're going to give Melissa Nacional a new top 10 list, like top 10 fragrances to get your ass probed by an alien, because everything, she came up to, goddamn, you know, she came up, I was going through, you know how you have your short section of YouTube? So I was watching, you know, it's flicking, you just keep flicking and they keep coming. And here she comes. Like, one of them was like, these fragrances will get you folded in half. And she's like, and that's not comfortable. So, so this is how she did it. It actually wasn't a bad, the initial way to do it. She was like, you don't want these fragrances. They're going to attract too much attention. Send them my way. So that's fine. That's a kind of, all right, get it. But then they were going to get you folded in half and your back blown out and all this kind of stuff. And I
saw a black back blown out.
She was wasn't she the mayor of Pound Town, like right next to Flavor Town where Guy Fieri is? I think so. Yeah. So
I think didn't Marcel
did one of these?
I think Michelle did a blow your back out too, didn't she?
I guess, man. I don't know. This is more. See, this is why anybody who wants to join the FFC coalition, you know where.
And you know the problem when Michelle does it. I'm combining now I just can't say anybody's name.
God damn it, Marciel! If you do a top 10 fragrances that get folded in half and your back blown out, it'd be the greatest fucking thing I've ever seen. That's.
But when she does it though, the ridiculous thing is, she's primarily talking to 14 and 15-year-old boys about blowing backs out. So,
yeah. And let's put it this way. If you are a grown ass man and you're going to her to figure out what fragrances chicks are going to want to like huff your rod, you're like, it's a catch-22. It's immediately a catch-22. You are caught in a loop where the fact that you're going to her to find this out is exactly why you're never going to have it happen anyway. So just, resign yourself to get a fleshlight. Get a fleshlight. I think that's what we've learned here.
There you go.
Write whatever fragrance you want on the fleshlight.
I will admit, I do not have a fleshlight. I have to say, when I see them, I'm often curious, but I have yet to ever order one.
No, I do not own one either. If I did, I wouldn't admit it, but I don't have one. But I do find it funny. I brought this up many years ago on Facebook, right? Women and men there's very different set of rules. We talked about this with 50 Shades of Grey. how women were all like, "Oh my God, girl, right now," you know, like when they were all going, you know, and all that kind of shit. Women have sex toy parties. Can you imagine if a group of bros were like, "Nah, now we're gonna go with, you know, Bob's having a fleshlight party. We're gonna swing on over there, you know, and see what new ones they got." Like,
that's so
man.
true.
We would never. It would be it. All of our women would leave us, right? But that's our fault, right? That's our fault at the end of the day, because if we weren't the pervs that want them to go to the sex toy party with their girlfriends, then it would be just as much. It would make them just as much of an outcast. I'm having a fleshlight party for Frag.
Yeah, fleshlight, yeah, I think there's a big community of guys totally into those. What are they called? Real dolls?
Oh yeah. Do you ever watch Lars and the Real Girl?
No, I didn't.
It was it Gosling? I think it was Ryan Gosling. I watched it years ago. So it's a dude who gets himself a real doll, but he's having like a mental break, and he treats it like it's a real girlfriend, and he takes it to like dinners at the family's house and shit like that. It's actually kind of a cool movie. But yeah, there's a lot of those guys, man. Oh yeah, Yoshi's seen it. He said great movie. There's a lot of those type of cats, man, that are into them real dolls and shit.
Yeah, that, you know, that's weird. You know, people have their things, and what's weird to one person is totally normal to someone else. So there's probably shit I'm into that others think are weird. I think those real dolls are weird. You know, whatever. It's all good.
Yeah, I mean, look, if that's your option, you know, I mean, I don't, you know, I don't ever want anybody to feel like they don't have an outlet. You know,
right?
So if that's your option, man, for whatever reason, you know, knock yourself out. Good for you.
Yeah, I do think Rachel has a point here, and maybe this is why it's different. Maybe strip clubs and shit like that, because guys do that more openly together. Maybe that's sort of the difference. Like guys have that, women have their sex toy parties.
This is true. I do argue about civilized history. I don't know how civilized history has been, but point taken. Point taken, Rachel. I addressed this before. I hate strip clubs. So I'm projecting my own shit into a lot of what I'm saying right now. But yeah, I despise strip clubs. I don't like, I think I addressed it on my stream, or maybe it was,
yeah.
I
think it was
on
MAFVHOI, I think.
Yeah, it was. I had a couple friends that dated strippers, and they let us know that they pretty much hate men that come in there. And so I never really enjoyed it in the first place. And knowing that they despise you, you know, that makes it worse. It's like when I know somebody's phony and they come up. Like, you ever have them people? I don't know if you deal with this. Like, because I don't know if you're not originally from Chicago, so right, like,
right. I'm from Minneapolis, and then I lived in Southern California for a few years, and then to Chicago.
So I'm still where I went to high school is not far from here. Many people would consider that being a loser and never leaving your hometown, but whatever. But so sometimes you run into people that you know are phony as fuck. Right. And they'll come up and like, "Oh my God, hey," you know, and I'm like, ugh. Like in my head, I'll never be like, "Hey man, fuck off," you know, but in my head, I just want this exchange to end as fast as possible. I don't want to be engaged in this. I don't like disingenuous conversations and stuff. So that's what a strip club is to me. It's a disingenuous exchange, and I don't want to be a part of it in my regular life, and I certainly don't want to be a part of it when you think I need to give you dollar bills or whatever the fuck you're looking for. So yeah, I will shut.
I get that. No, that makes sense.
Yeah.
You know, I've only been to strip clubs maybe like 5 times in my life, so they certainly have not been a big thing in my world by any means.
Yeah.
So introverts don't fucking unite. That's funny. That's a good one.
This is true. This is true.
So I'm trying to think. So I build this as sort of
A co-stream? Well, you want to have a subject to talk about? I give you
cross stream, like an extension of MAFVHOI, things that didn't, extending that discussion from Thursday. So yeah, like, do you have some MAFVHOI topics that you want us to hit?
Well, I don't have the old MAFVHOI topics, but I have this new one that we can talk about. So a little while ago, certain individuals, a certain washed up hack musician named Kid Rock was shooting up Bud Light boxes with his, I guess, automatic, semi-automatic, whatever the hell, I don't even remember. But last night he was caught. Look at that.
Oh my God.
Look at that.
That's awesome.
I'm thinking, so does this mean now he's woke? Does it mean, is he part of the LGBT? Like, what is this? Or do we just settle in on the fact of, hey, this guy is phony and they do things to keep themselves relevant through outrage culture?
Totally.
That's, I'm wondering, what do you think?
Yeah. 100%. He, the Bud Light thing he did for show, he did because he's part of this, that particular style of the right-wing community. And he knew that would look good for him. I have no doubt that, like, when he's actually out, when he doesn't think anybody's paying attention, he's not even thinking about what he's ordering. He'll get a Bud Light without having any inkling as to what his image is supposed to be for Bud Light, right? Like,
exactly.
That's ridiculous.
As Victor Eves, Joseph says, it means he's just a shithead, but it's more than that. He's a bigger shithead now. I'll tell you why. Because it's like, okay, you're phony, but you also drink shit beer. Like, this is what we learned. The double end of it. Like, you couldn't have stayed away from shit beer in order to maintain your authenticity of your phony, image. Like, that makes me sick. Drinking old fashioned, nobody, like, if you have an old fashioned, let's say there's a woke, whatever they want to call a woke bourbon, nobody knows. It's an old fashioned. You can't tell.
Exactly.
But you go and you're holding the can out there. Doesn't make sense.
I suppose if there was any reason to take a bunch of light beer out of any kind and shoot it up with some semi-automatic weapons, it's because it's just shit. It's because you're saying, like, stop drinking shitty beer, people.
Yeah.
But when you do it for the politics of it, and then you're seen drinking it in public, fuck you. Talk about standards. You pretend to have standards, and then you don't. So
that's what I'm saying. But all those guys, him and Nugent, right? Like, who would be paying it? Like, I don't care what way you lean politically here in the chat. Who the fuck will be paying attention to these guys if it wasn't for the shit that they go out and say and do? That's why they do it. That's the only reason they fucking do it. Ted Nugent had Stranglehold. Stranglehold was an all right track back in the day, but come on, Catch Scratch Fever and Wang Dang Sweet Poontang. I mean, this isn't even, what are we talking about? These sound like parody songs. They suck.
Totally. Yes. I agree. Like, Nugent never really did anything for me.
No.
We do have another guest that just popped in.
Should I ring the doorbell?
Let's see. Oh yeah, let's ring your doorbell.
All right. There you go.
Hold the fort.
Hey, look, somebody cleaned up. Somebody shaved for tonight.
Yeah.
Look at this.
I wear a shirt on this stream because the last time I was on a stream,
I forgot.
I'm a new asshole for not wearing a shirt.
There's his official grasp.
See, too many things. I can't even keep track of them all.
I've got an intro for him too. There you go. Now you're officially here.
That's
you got full support, and this is like a MAFVHOI clean coexisting. The swords are crossed.
Yes, we're crossing streams. There's a Ghostbusters line in there.
There is.
Rachel wants to know, How's your cold, Money? Did your lady make it all better?
Well, I got this cold last Thursday, and then I got better, but then I overexerted myself this week because I neglected all my manly duties. I was mowing the lawn and cleaning the cars and doing work, and then I got myself sick again. So now I'm sick again.
Well, that's lame ass.
Yeah,
You
that's
do have you've got a big melon in front of you.
Right.
We do have another guest about to come on. Somebody who certainly wants to see you cut into your big melon.
Here we go.
I'm excited to see a melon.
Margie's here.
I gotta see this. Let's see Kevin get in there.
There he goes.
Wow.
Are you going to instruct us on how to properly eat a watermelon?
Now look at the beauty of this watermelon.
Seedless.
Oh, that looks good. That looks
Does
really
she know how to pick them or what?
Mm-hmm.
Nice looking
She
melon.
knows how to pick them.
How are you, Margie? Great to see you.
I'm good. How are you?
You look dashing. You look ravishing. You look lovely. You're a
Thank
star.
you.
I tell you, you're a star, and I've had them all over the world. You're the
Kevin,
greatest
did you
I've ever had.
Kevin did some extra shaving. Did you get rid of some facial hair or
It's
something?
very
You look
clean.
clean shaven tonight.
I always shave. It's no
I know, but you look a little bit more clean shaven. Looks
well,
good.
I thought, Mr. Clean is the apple of all the ladies' eyes, and he's always very short, clean. He's
Hi,
Mr. Clean.
Marcus.
Why don't I follow him? Because for a while there, I was looking at DDLD, and I thought to myself, I want to be like that guy. I went to TJ Maxx. I went and picked up a pair of Hey Dudes. Dude, I saw your Hey Dudes.
God.
I have Hey Dudes. I didn't buy them from TJ Maxx. I got them online.
Yeah. I went to that Temu website. That
Oh,
isn't
thank you,
even
Joe.
It's real. No, and
Which
that's the
website?
best. Temu.
Ooh, I haven't heard of that one.
Timo, cheap ass shit from China.
Cheapest-
Yes, women have that too. I think it's called Sheen. Sheen.
Oh, yeah,
That's
Shein.
like the real
That's another.
China's. Yeah, it's like sweatshop wear.
By the way, I did use my sandpaper I was showing you from Temu, and it worked just fine. And so I'm gonna keep buying it from there.
Right on.
Nice.
I just want to say, Margie, that blue is intense.
You like
That blue
blue?
is really popping.
I love blue. Blue's my favorite color.
Yeah, you're a little late to the party there, Clean. I already complimented her. Get your own shit.
No, I'm just talking about the blue. That blue is
I
intense.
love blue. Blue's my favorite color. Yes. Thank you. You guys are awesome. Hi, Marcus.
Where did I use the sandpaper?
Russ wants to know where you use your sandpaper.
And no, nothing like that. Nothing like that. I used it on a flight of stairs. Is what I used it on.
Old money handsome. It's those smoldering eyes. Clean has smoldering eyes.
I think she went to write just old handsome, and then she was like, I can't just say old. So she put
Old
the money.
money.
In there.
No. Clean is like an older version of Money Handsome.
Oh my.
If I'm a younger handsome Clean, you're an older handsome Money. That's exactly what she meant.
There you go.
There you go. Why not? I'll take it.
Oh my gosh, that looks so
It
good.
does look good. I do like
But
some
you gotta get it
watermelon.
cold. You have to get it cold first.
How do you know what the temperature is?
Well, it's probably not cold because what are you gonna do? Put the whole melon in the fridge? No.
You don't know what kind of refrigerator is.
Put it in the fridge for a little while. And that's
You be careful, though. Be careful, though, young man. You're gonna take a finger off with that knife.
no.
I was just going to comment on some of the stuff you guys were talking about. Talking about how the Jews are upset that a Jew's not playing Bradley Cooper's character. Yeah. That's one problem in Hollywood, right? The underrepresentation of Jews. I feel like it's a fucking a Seder every time I turn on Netflix, man. Every other thing is a Jewish thing. Jewish matchmaking, My Unorthodox Life, Adam Sandler's Jew.
Ooh.
Like, am I wrong? It's all Jews. I love the Jews, but don't tell me they're underrepresented in Hollywood. They own Hollywood.
No, they're definitely.
Uh-oh, here it goes. They own Hollywood.
Yeah, that's the type of comment that might be considered going too far.
What, they don't?
Look,
Not
we're gonna
all
make
the
up.
producers were Jews. The Jews weren't known for
Have a
producing
beer.
and having
Don't
all
judge.
the record labels. They're not known for
Having a
wine,
Michelob
tea,
Ultra. It's a diet beer.
The views of Money Burner do not represent those of the Mr. Clean Stream or the MAFVHOI. Our Jewish friends out there, we would like to welcome you to the stream, you know? Son of a bitch, you know?
Right?
Yeah. Oh my gosh, she's doing the
Wait.
whole deal there. See, I buy my watermelon already pre-cut and refrigerated. So then all I have to do is just open it up and eat it.
By the way, Rachel's last comment was the most brilliant thing I think I've seen said
That
the
was sweet.
entire time that I've been here. I mean,
With this one?
yeah, it was overshadowed by Kevin's anti-Semitism, but like other than that, like it was one of the greatest comments.
What was anti-Semitic of what I said?
I
Did I
mean,
say I don't want the Jews to be in Hollywood? Did I say that I don't want them to be successful? I just said
you were thinking it.
No, I wasn't.
We could
No,
tell.
I wasn't.
You were just like, you had that big knife in your hand and you're like, these Jews, and you were just, you know what I mean? We saw it all going down. Don't try to don't play revisionist history games with us, Kevin.
No, man. I'm just saying, like, you guys brought it up. They're definitely not underrepresented. That's for sure. I mean, how many movies have you seen made about the Yugoslavia crisis? How many movies have you seen made about the Iran-Iraq war? Right? How many prominent Iranians are there in the United States and in Canada?
There was the Iron Sheik, but he has since left us.
He was our only ambassador.
He was.
Serbians are more than mafia bosses in movies, right? But like that's all you see. I'm sorry, and they're running the NBA right now. Not running it, but they're making quite the impression. The Serbs. So I don't know, man. Like I don't think an argument.
Rachel.
Well, Berner, Rachel is a big fan of your people. She says Iranians are the hottest. Like, if I could meet anyone in history, it would be Cyrus the Great.
Listen, Cyrus the Great.
Here we go.
The very documentation of human rights.
I'll be right back.
First declaration of human rights was by a Persian, Cyrus the Great. And if you go to the United Nations the building in New York, they have a pediment there of his Declaration of Human Rights.
See that? And you just thought he was coming here to be full of hate.
No,
Right?
I love everybody. And one more thing, just so you know, do you know where the most sites of Judaism outside of Israel, do you know where they can be found in the world? Iran.
Tehran.
Iran. Not in Tehran in particular specifically, but Iran has the most sites of Judaism outside of Israel. And one of our kings, I don't remember which one, was Darius, I believe, was mentioned by name and glorified in the Torah because he freed the Jews from bondage. So don't tell me Persians are anti-Semitic.
Some people like bondage.
I know that's
When we talk about bondage here, it can be a good thing,
It's true.
right?
It's not quite the same bondage, but it's different. It's different.
So Berner, are you wearing a frag today? Do you smell like anything besides watermelon?
Yeah, take a wild guess on what I'm wearing tonight.
Aqua de Joe.
I guess.
Oh, Margie, go ahead.
Platinum Eagle East.
You got it.
Knew it. You know what I did for you, Money,
What'd you
Kevin?
do?
So yesterday I went to the mall after work, and I just walked because I could walk there, right? And I was walking the mall, and Mr. Clean had mentioned Platinum Egoist, Chanel Platinum Egoist, that I should, try to get a sample of it or something.
Yeah.
I was saying, Berner keeps saying I need to.
Berner
revisit
keeps
it.
saying it's so good. You like Freshies. You got to try it. You got to wear it. Anyway, so I went into a Sephora, and I sprayed Platinum Egoist all over. I put it down my shirt, on my arm, all over. Because I'm like, I'm going to wear this thing and really see what it's all about.
Yeah.
I don't think it's Mr. Clean.
No?
No.
What did you think what did you think of it?
I thought it smelled, of course, it's a Chanel, so it's a beautiful fragrance, right? Like there's nothing wrong with it, but it is so like, to me, it's very like, is it metallic?
Yes.
Maybe metallic and just kind of, it almost leans blue. Yeah. And it almost was like a little bit too, not generic, but.
It wasn't daring.
Yeah, it doesn't smell like Mr. Clean. I feel like Mr. Clean likes more like citrus, aromatic.
Well, I don't know if I recommended it to Clean based on what his taste is. I just thought maybe it's a fragrance that would suit his personality because, you know, wouldn't it suit him? Yeah, because Mr. Clean is very organized, fresh, clean, chic. That's Milena said that. Chic, masculine, timeless. He has like these timeless good
and
looks.
It's all of those things for sure. It's all of those things.
Yeah.
But I don't know. He'll have to smell it for himself. But I did that because he said that you were encouraging him to smell it, and I thought, you know what? Let me see what I think, and I just went to town with it. Wow. And so I had to wash all my stuff today. I'm just kidding.
I don't see it being good, to be honest.
Yeah. It's not bad. It's not bad. It's good, but I just don't know. It's not daring. You're exactly right. That's what it is, Kevin. It's just not daring.
Yeah, I think you like your palate to be challenged. That's why you like fecal notes and those vintage fragrances and those that stuff, right? You like
I like to be challenged. Yeah,
I know.
You know,
but it's a beautiful perfume. It's just it doesn't like challenge me. Go ahead.
Don't worry.
Can we talk about fecal notes for a second?
Go ahead.
Well, I do like castoreum. That's true.
So here's I was thinking this about fecal notes today. First of all, I don't know why people want to smell fecal notes in perfume. And I think the only reason we in this community, and when I say we, not all of us, because it doesn't include me, but a lot of people in the community, like, will talk about fecal notes and wear things with fecal notes, is because we call them fecal notes. I think we should stop calling them fecal notes and start calling them poop or shit notes. And if we actually called them shit notes, I think people wouldn't like them as much.
Well, you know what they say, Clean, a rose by any other name.
Margie, if you sprayed a perfume that had a shit note, would you really want to spray a perfume?
No, nothing I like has a shit note. It has like maybe castoreum. Like Eugene's perfume is like the perfect example of castoreum done well. La Delure Squeeze. I never wear it, I will admit, because it's a very big perfume and it's very masculine to me. I mean, well, I can wear it, but anyway, it's just not, it's bigger than I am, so I don't wear it as much. But the castoreum in it is good. And some musk kind of smell dirty, right? Yeah. Like some musk smell dirty. And I do like a little bit of a kind of like, not necessarily dirty, but like animalic musk, you know, that kind of has that like kind of like purr fuzziness, kind of like animalic musk. But yeah, not shit. I don't like to smell shit.
Dude, but seriously, like if we stop saying fecal notes and just start saying poop notes or shit notes, don't you think it would change people's minds about having fecal notes?
I think the community of fragrance lovers who love that shitty stuff, air them. There's no saving them.
I mean, people talk about pissy notes all the time where they're actually saying piss. But then again, they always say pissy. I think if they said piss notes, maybe that would sound worse than pissy.
Pissy sounds more acceptable and kind of cute.
Right?
Yeah. Can I bring up what happened last night on Smelly Stream? Is that okay? Clean?
What
I don't
happened?
know. I don't know what you're bringing up.
I don't know what happened.
The part where they were talking about dating single moms.
Okay.
Yes.
I
I
just
heard
want
about
to say,
this.
Marcial. I went and watched it. I watched it back, and Marcus, I love you too. I watched it back. And, man, Marcial was so sharp and intelligent and just on the money. He even brought back a joke that was made earlier, like 15 minutes later, like so obscure. He brought it back, tied it all in. He was so on the money. I don't know if he had his Wheaties that morning, but shout out to Marcial. And not only because I agreed with him, because that would I don't want to give a biased opinion, but really he was on the money.
You know, what I thought I made the most brilliant comment in the chat when they were talking about the single mom thing, and Smelly missed it, never highlighted it, but that my comment totally deserved it. I should have super chatted, I guess, because Smelly said, you know, there's a lot of guys that say, you know, you shouldn't like on Bumble and on the dating apps that you shouldn't date the single mom. and I suppose what that really means is if you don't have kids, you probably don't want to date single moms, right? But so I said, my chat that did not get highlighted, I said, well, I think dating single moms would be better than dating married moms.
This is true.
There you go. I mean, like, no, the comment should be, you shouldn't date married moms. You know,
Yes.
so
I don't want to date.
I got you.
Yeah,
A little more complicated that way.
I caught up with the stream. I ended up, I was going to try to jump on, but then we ended up going out to dinner a little later than usual last night. And I mean, I got that's such a weird thing because I was a divorced father with 2 kids and stuff. And I was in a relationship with somebody before Allison that was just not good with my kids and stuff.
Yeah.
And there had to be a conversation one day where I was going to get a place at the beach. And she was like, well, I just thought it could just be me and you. And I was like, well, I'm not going to the beach without my kids. Like that's, you know, and we had done, and just to put it in perspective, we had done a bunch of other trips, weekend getaways that year. And so I actually had to say, I'm going to explain this one time, and I don't ever want to have this conversation again, because on things like that, you have to be very abrupt and very stern and very, you know, straightforward.
That's true.
Yeah, because you can't leave any room for interpretation.
Yes.
And I was just like, my children will never be second place to you.
Yep.
Or anyone. Like they just won't be. And I said, and if you can't deal with that, they're never going to be put aside. They're never going to, you know, and so she didn't dig that too much. But, you know, and it's not that she was wrong. She was wrong for other reasons and other things. But
now, does she have kids of her own?
No.
So do you think that's a big difference? Like someone who doesn't have kids versus, okay, they're less understanding, right? So
sure. And they shouldn't have to be understanding. Like that's kind of the thing. It's like nobody's wrong in that situation.
Yeah.
The only thing that's happening that's wrong is you guys shouldn't be trying to make this happen if somebody doesn't understand these kids are part of this, like, you know, permanently.
It is hard to understand if you haven't had kids.
Sure. Yeah.
I mean, you have an idea, but you probably don't know really. You know what I mean? Like, you can't know the experience really. So.
Yeah, it is. You know, people, and I heard Amanda address that last night, and I guess it's taken the wrong way. And I think I know what she meant when she said, you know, people used to say to her, you don't understand if you don't have kids. And she would get offended. But then she said, now she finds herself saying it. When you're saying it to people, it's not so much about them. It's not like you're saying you don't get this because you don't have kids, dummy. Like, it's not that. It's you're talking about you. You know now. You know what I mean? You understand now. And you're trying to say, like, yeah, you know, you just don't get this. And it's not anything about you.
No,
it's
true.
it's just that's the way it is. And
Yeah, it's a package deal. That's true.
yeah, it is, man.
Yeah.
And that's why I say, I think unless you're somebody who, and it's still tough. Like, even if you like
it doesn't matter. Even if you're like a nice human being and you like kids and you're open to it, it's still hard because they're not your kids.
They're not your kids, right? And
kids.
yeah. So
I don't know.
I mean, and again, I don't judge anybody for that. I totally get it. If I were single and I never had kids and I was on the dating scene, I don't think I'd be looking to date somebody with kids. That's just how it would be, So,
definitely not young kids. Like, you'd want someone that's grown kids or
Yeah. So yeah, I mean, I guess that's all there is to that. But
yeah.
Yeah, I have never been with anybody with kids because I've never wanted them. I don't want kids in my life. So why would I ever date somebody that had kids? So yeah.
I listened to something Amanda said. She says she's like, oh no, women shouldn't expect men to pay for. I'm all for the whole manosphere thing of like, don't take care of another man's seed and all that stuff. Okay, I understand that. But in the same breath, I'm going to say this, because Amanda said, oh, I don't expect men to pay for the woman's child if it's not his kid. Mm-hmm. And then I thought to myself, well, why don't you expect that? If you want to be the big man. I'm sorry, Margie, go ahead.
No, I think you should. If a guy loves you, I think he would also probably want to contribute to your kid.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's what I'm saying. But it's kind of there's a lot of caveats and facets here. But let's say I'm like a 30-year-old guy, right? And I'm dating a 30-year-old woman who has a small child, and the dad is not in the picture. So she's the one taking care of him. What am I going to do? I'm going to say, oh, I want to be the big man and take care of this woman, but you got to get a job and you got to pay for the kid.
Yeah.
So I'm going to separate it. No, just like Joe Anthony says here, it's a package deal. You want to be the big man and date a girl who has a kid? Well, then be a man and pay for the kid as if it's your own. Don't go in there and say, well, it's not my kid. It's not
Absolutely.
My kid. In the same breath, if you're going to give that responsibility to the man, then you better let the child know that, listen, this guy's your father figure now. You have to respect him as a father, right? So it's a very tricky situation. It's hard to talk about, but yes, stand up for yourselves and be independent and don't get pushed around and bullied into positions you don't want to be in. But in the same vein, men have to raise the standards they set for themselves as well, right? Like, you need, first of all, I love all this stuff about like, I'm a man, but are you? You know what? Just because you got a pair of balls? Like, what are your responsibilities? Do you value your health, your strength level, emotional strength, your mental strength, your education? Are you cultured? Are you of any worth to anybody or anything? If you're not, then what are you? You're just a waste of space.
Yeah.
So men need to raise their standards. Women need to raise their standards on themselves first, and then go around saying, "Oh, I know what I'm worth. I'm not going to."
Oh, for sure.
So it's not a gender thing.
Yeah.
Kevin, Moneyburner, Kind Kev, who are you tany? Saint Kindness.
Saint Kindness.
Saint Kindness always comes on with sometimes it's hot takes, but sometimes it's like life lessons. I've called Kevin Frydcom's life coach.
Yeah.
What do you think?
Yes,
he is officially Frydcom's life coach.
That's good.
It's always a sign of humility and modesty when the youngest person on the panel, who has no children, no life experience, they comes out and tries to tell you guys how to live your life, right? That's the guy you want to listen to.
There you go.
Exactly. Going back to the topic for a second, but from a different point of view. As a kid, my parents split when I was really young, and I had a single mother, and then a remarried mother, and then a single mother, and then a remarried again mother.
Oh, wow.
I had 2 stepdads, and I have to say I've never met a stepdad I ever liked. Both my stepdads were assholes, and I did not enjoy life quite so much when they were in the house. Yeah. So I don't know. So from the kids' perspective around it, and it's not, and I wasn't like the kids you see in TV or in movies, like, oh, he's not my dad. Like, it wasn't like I wasn't rebelling, and I didn't have issues with him because he wasn't my actual dad. That wasn't it. My issues were they were fucking assholes. They were total fucking assholes. Yeah. So anyway, there you go.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think a lot of times that's the case, you know.
You just remind me of that movie with Leonardo DiCaprio and Robert De Niro. Remember the one where?
Oh yeah, what the fuck? He was a Boy Scout or something, right?
Yeah.
This movie, hard movie to watch. It was very.
It was
very good movie. You know, like deep.
Shit, I can't.
Yeah, I saw that a long time ago. I remember seeing it. I don't remember a lot about it now that you mention it, though.
Yeah, that was a solid flick. I can't. That has to go back to probably the early '90s.
Yeah, Leo DiCaprio was a little kid.
He was still a kid. Yeah, so maybe even the late '80s.
I never see him doing any movies anymore.
He's Killers of the Flower Moon is about to drop.
DiCaprio.
Oh, yeah, he's good.
Scorsese film. It looks awesome. Yeah. Looks amazing.
Yeah, it does. It's going to be great, I'm sure.
Yeah. Awesome.
Yeah, so A Boy's Life, Skell said. That's
Boy's Life. Yeah, it was a really good movie. I think that was around his What's Eating Gilbert Grape days, in that age, when he was a young hotshot actor. Margie, you're the only one we haven't heard about perfume yet. What are you wearing?
I haven't put anything on yet. I've been debating, but I think I'm going to go for what I've been wearing all week. Let me grab it. I think it's actually very unisex.
While you're grabbing it, ladies and gentlemen, we do have another guest. Do you want to give the doorbell?
See that you got that doorbell.
Oh well.
Hold on.
I'll be right back.
You could hear me fine?
Yes.
All right.
I'm excited about the dog in the background. Right. I get
ladies and gentlemen, it's Aaron.
This is my mom's dog.
Aww.
This is Lola.
Hi, Lola.
Is Lola a puppy?
No, she's about 4 years old.
Okay. What kind of dog is Lola?
Broken.
She is I think she's a mix between a what's it called? A beagle and a and a corgi. Yeah.
Corgi?
Oh. Yeah.
Corgi.
I feel like I'm getting an echo.
Aaron, there's an echo. I think it's either your mic or your tap.
Let me see if I can fix this. Hold on.
Is that better? Yeah.
It's all fixed now.
How's that? Yeah, that's better.
Everything sounds okay to me.
How's it going?
What are you wearing and spraying there, Margie?
Okay, so you guys, this is what I've been wearing this week, and it is Arquiste. Listen up. This is a very, what's the word? Unisex. Unisex. Oh my God.
Oh, there's an echo.
There we go. Can you hear me better? No audio?
I'm hearing myself twice. It's very disturbing. Very disturbing.
Let me see. Leave.
Oh, he left.
He'll be back. He's trying to
Okay, guys, this is what I've been wearing. It is Arquiste Fleur de Lis, and the thing is broken. See? Why does this always happen to me? So the little, this is how it came. Do you see that? How it came? How ridiculous is that? It was a tester from Fragrance Net. Anyways, have you heard of this house, Arquiste? This is that perfumer friend. What is his name? Francisco Rodriguez. What's his? He's a very good perfumer. Do you know? Huh?
He plays for the Mets.
No, he doesn't play for the Mets. Rachel will help me out in the chat. Okay, so this is Arquiste Fleur de Lis. It is a beautiful iris. It's an aldehydic iris fragrance, and it's compared to Chanel No. 5, but I think it's better than Chanel No. 5. It doesn't smell old. It's very modern smelling, and it's basically iris and aldehydes. It's really good, and the quality on this is insane. And I think this was like $100 at the time for Fragrance Net. This is the only bottle I have a backup of in my whole collection. The only bottle I have a backup of, because I liked it so much, and I'm like, oh my God. And plus this jacked up. Do you see what happened? Do you see that, Aaron?
It's hard for me to see. I don't know.
Aaron can see it.
But seriously, why do you need a backup even though you love it? Like, you're not going to ever use all that.
Because I was upset that I got this little janky little thing, so I bought a new one.
So you had to pay for it. You got the tester, so it'd be cheaper.
I paid for it twice, but it doesn't matter because guess what? It's so good. It is so good. I'm going to send you some.
Okay.
Both of you guys, all three of you guys, so that you can understand how good.
Well, you have 2 bottles.
It's
send
totally
everybody
unisex.
like 15 minutes.
Yeah, totally unisex. See, Rachel knows.
I love that. I love that. Only in this community you can say, "I smell like aldehydes." Anywhere else, you say the term aldehyde is like a negative.
Exactly.
I smell so good. It smells so good.
Aaron, what do you smell like tonight?
I stayed home today. I just smell like soap. Like, that's all I did. Just shower.
What kind of soap, though? What kind of soap?
It's spring, Irish Spring.
Nice.
Irish Spring?
The liquid or the bar?
The liquid.
Is it any version of it or just?
Shut up. It's the liquid with and I got the sponge thing.
Is it the 5-in-1?
Aaron, how
exfoliated?
The exfoliating one. Okay.
Nice.
What's up?
Hey, Aaron, how often do you wear churros?
Not often enough.
Really?
Because I'm working from home mostly, so I don't want to just spray around the house, But
yeah.
I'll just spray just for me. I'll just spray it on my hand for a little bit, but most of the time it's just just shower and that's it. But I've been wearing what's it called? I've been wearing the Coron Porom, that one.
Coron, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
And Giacomo the Giacomo, because I was talking to Clean the other day.
That's good. I like that. That's good.
And Kevin's favorite Eternity is also one I've been splashing. So
Maternity? What, they should make a perfume called Maternity.
And then another one.
Oh no.
Jean-Paul Gaultier Lamaze.
Oh my God.
That's a good one. This is like a smelly stream now. We're just going to create alternate names for.
Yeah, like a smelly stream, but interesting.
Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Here it goes again. He's going to say all kinds of ignorant shit about Dan and then go, oh, he's a good guy, though.
Aaron is a handsome man.
Yeah. Wait,
you all are
Marcus
handsome.
is saying Rachel, Aram is. Oh, wait, I hit the wrong one. I thought I clicked this. Rachel, so Clean, do you hate Kuros? Yeah, I don't really care for it. I did not care for Kuros in the mid 80s when I was smelling it. This is why I'm going to sound like Al, but I'm like an anti-Al, right now. Back in my day, when people were wearing Kuros and I bumped into them in a fucking restroom, I think they smelled exactly like the fucking restroom. I didn't like it then.
You didn't like it then?
No, I did not.
Yeah. It's definitely challenging for sure.
When you're pissing in a urinal next to somebody else and you can't tell if it's the urinal or the guy next to you, there's a problem.
Well, this almost was a drama-free stream. Here it comes. Aram versus Clean. Get ready, Oda jerks. Get your clipping machines ready.
I think in the beginning it's a little harsh in the first half hour, but I think the dry down's where it's at. That's what I love about it. It's not when I first spray it, but it's everything after the life of it.
It's good.
But hey, it's not.
You're right. The first spray could be very off-putting. You're like,
certainly a lot of people do like it. I mean, come on, in the fragrance community, most people seem to love Kuros. Yeah. I'm usually in the minority of people railing against it. I feel like most people seem to have love for it. Rachel likes barnyard fragrances. They have a horse. Rachel, you have a horse. where do you keep the horse? So
Rachel
she
has a
likes
horse?
barnyard and even poopy parts.
I would
Well,
love
this
to
is what I
have
was saying earlier, Rachel. Maybe you left for a little while when I was saying it. I was like, maybe if we stopped calling fecal notes and started calling shit notes, maybe people would like them less.
I always feel like the women who own horses are sexual deviants. Like they're the type to wear their hair in two pigtails and then like giant.
Yeah, it's not a coincidence. I think Kevin's onto something.
Like equestrians are like kind of kinky. I don't know. Maybe it's just
because you know why? Horses are just men extenders.
What?
Is it a rods?
That is a quote from the Barbie movie. That is Ken.
You know
Ken
what?
says that.
I'm on to you. That I kind of get that now.
Also, now it's going to explain a lot because Rachel K. Ing used to be like the wasp of the fragrance community, right? She was like just this darling in Connecticut or wherever she lives in Maine, and just like, yes, darling, I'm just for the weekend, and very educated. I'm a sommelier now. And then one time she says Persians are handsome. I'm like, wow, what a treat.
Oh my God.
Now she's all over the fucking chat saying, oh, look at all these handsome guys. Aram joins. He's handsome.
Yeah.
You're handsome.
I get you, Rachel. I get you.
I think Kevin was suggesting that Rachel's taking your theme music, Aram. You know?
I like a horse. I might want a horse of my own, in fact.
Look at this comment. It's a family tradition. My cousin has several blue ribbons.
Yeah.
How many people say dressage or dressage?
I want to visit Rachel. Rachel, I'm coming over. I gotta see.
I went to Dartmouth. You can't say Dartmouth without something fancy.
No.
Wow.
No.
She's fancy.
Rachel is the fanciest
but
among
she still has a fun side. I think she's got a naughty side. I'm just saying.
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
So you agree with Kevin?
Oh, I can come visit. Perfect.
Rachel, Margie just said you have a naughty side. I'm sure everybody has a naughty side, but Rachel, do you want to admit to that?
Sorry, Rachel. That's probably not how she would say it. Like, she would say it a lot more eloquently than me.
Yeah,
I'm not. She's a high school teacher. Jeez, you guys. Her students could be watching.
I think the K in Rachel K. Ing stand for kink.
Oh my God.
What's that? I missed
the
it.
K in Rachel K. Ing stands for kink.
Sorry, Rachel.
Oh, there you go.
Oh my God.
We're putting Rachel on the spot. At least she's just in the comments. If you were on screen, if she were on screen, we'd probably see her blushing.
It would be a blast. I just know it. I know she's fun. I can tell.
Kevin thinks so too. You can look at the look he's got on his face.
I'll be right back.
Talk about kink?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. What is this? Kevin is so passionate about making the world a better place. A young buck. Heal Iran first. Shout outs to Ayatollah Ruhollah Khomeini.
Okay. Maybe he thinks I'm pro-Islamic regime, which I'm not. But Marcus sometimes gets drunk on Saturday nights, and that's okay, man. We love you, Marcus.
Oh, Jesus. The drama's coming out now. You know, we've learned that Rachel's a sexual deviant. Aram and Clean hate each other and are just trying to get along right now for the sake of the stream. And now Marcus, and Kevin. I mean, once again, I'm in the middle of drama that I didn't want to be a part of. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, somehow that always happens to you. You're the low key.
So I mean, are you guys?
I moved it so that all the bald men are on top now.
Nice.
Are you guys done talking about single moms and single parent dating?
No, go ahead.
I'll just kind of just say about my experience with it. It was just it was often very very challenging, and I think Joe brought that up also with that when he was dating that person that was, I guess, having issues or trouble having a alone time in it, and it was the same thing with me. It was but it was it was pretty much that everybody was like the priorities are constantly shifting, you know, and it's either you're a good girlfriend and not paying attention to your being a parent, or it was like constantly shifting. And I remember that even the baby daddy would come and stay at the house, you know, things like that, or requests that were being asked of like going on vacation together. There were just like a lot of things that were being asked that were pretty much unacceptable to me, you know. And that's the thing that guys need to know what the hell they're going to get themselves into, because you're not the priority, like Joe said, you know. And yeah. So
yeah, and that's why I was saying, and nobody's right or wrong in that situation, you know. It's what's right for you in the situation. And speaking of what you were just saying, where requests of maybe the guy should be able to stay over, what do you gentlemen feel about? Should you ever have to be around a guy that used to bone down with your woman?
No ex-girlfriend, no ex-boyfriends. No.
No. Yeah, I can't. I don't know. I could never do that. I couldn't.
I mean, I have, like, it doesn't really faze me. What's done is done. Past is past for everything. You know, all that matters is what's present, what's now, and what's moving forward. I don't care about somebody's past so much, so I don't mind if I meet their ex-husband.
So meeting them is fine. Like when Allison's ex-husband, like I'll, when he does have to come around or whatever, for whatever reason, like when her son was still here, like we're fine.
He comes around only to make you uncomfortable.
Yes.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. Like clean. Like, would you be fine with them being friends and talking often and texting?
Well,
girl talk?
Yeah, I have been friends with my ex's ex before, so yeah, it really doesn't faze me.
Did you ever bone one of your exes with their? I bet you did, you dirty dog.
I don't even know what you said.
You ever like Eiffel Towered one of your girl with her ex? Did you ever like Eiffel Tower that, like spit roast that?
Oh my God.
No.
You liar. You liar. I know you did, you dirty dog. I can tell by your smirk. You sexual freak.
That might be true, but I'm not giving you details.
No, but Clean doesn't care about people's past. Actually, he was on the committee when the Argentinians said, Nazis, you need a place to come. Come on down.
Well, not quite that kind of past.
Mr. Clean.
It'll look just like Bavarian countryside when we're done down here. Don't worry about it.
Yeah. What was the movie? Boys from Brazil?
Brazil, yeah. Nobody was in the my friend was in the Air Force, and he traveled there. And this is like, I wasn't aware of all, like I knew that there was the stories that they flew there and stuff, but I don't remember exactly where he went. But he called me when he came back, and he's like, yo, dude, like this shit literally looked like you were in some German city. Like he was like, it's really
unzipped his pants, just so you guys know.
Is that what that was?
Yeah.
What was that?
Yeah, I was wondering.
Oh my God.
But Joe Down, I just want to make it clear for the record, Mr. Clean is not a Nazi sympathizer. Okay, I'm sorry to cause any confusion, but he is not a Nazi sympathizer.
All right.
And he welcomes all ex-boyfriends to talk to his girlfriends, whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Very open to that. Fine with that. It's good.
All ex-boyfriends.
Well, how am I getting that rep now, Kevin? Last week when your friend was with you when you were on, when you guys were in the parking lot doing drugs like a bunch of and you had your porn stash friend on.
Oh my gosh.
When he went around the circle insulting each of us, the thing he said about me was white supremacist or something like that.
No way.
Yeah,
no,
so
ethnic cleansing.
Kind of do.
Oh, yeah.
Like, the bald head.
That's right. That guy, he was roasting the whole panel, right? Yeah.
Yeah, he was.
Funny.
And when he got to Joe, he was like, too boring. I need to move on or whatever.
That guy is really funny. He's
hilarious. You see how Clean
Is
did
that your friend?
Yeah.
You decided that Clean was a bigot, and now he just said, you know, when you and your friend were doing drugs and blowing each other in the parking lot, he just did it right back to you now. See, turnabout is fair play and all that kind of stuff.
Man, it's called banter. Okay, we encourage it. You throw it back. It's all good.
Did you pay that guy's bail? Did you get him out of jail since?
Okay, I'll tell you about that guy real quick because I'm gonna get it. He's in Missouri visiting his family right now, but I'm gonna get him to come back. He's my cousin's husband. He is a veteran from the States, and he met. I don't want to tell this whole story because he's gonna tell it. It's going to be more interesting. But anyway, he's a really. The guy speaks nearly fluent Farsi.
Oh,
he's a white American guy, like pure American.
Who didn't know anything about
He didn't know anything. He's like, I didn't know a single thing until I met your cousin. And then he just like self-taught, learned Farsi.
Wow.
He knows more about Iranian history than I do. Which is not saying much because I don't know too much. He's a really smart guy. That's why
you know more about it than I do. So there's that. That's something. I mean, it's I don't know what that'll get you, but it'll get you somewhere.
Yeah.
You know?
Margie, how is that Ultra Michelob Light?
It's all right. I've been enjoying beer over the summer. Big surprise. But this is, it's a light beer, Michelob Ultra. It has less calories, so I'm going with it. 95 calories.
Why not?
Doesn't
I don't know what a typical beer has.
Doesn't taste like anything, though. Kind of sad.
I don't like it, Margie. I like seeing you with a glass of wine. Okay, because
you know what? I'm not going to make everybody happy all of the time. I've come to accept that, and I'm enjoying this can of beer. It may not be so, fancy as the glass of wine.
It's not fancy like Rachel.
Yeah, I
it's
agree
not
with Kevin.
fancy like Rachel.
Yeah, Margie with a glass of wine is
I don't think we go to the Kentucky Derby. Or what's that very posh horse thing that they do?
Yes, Kentucky Derby.
Kentucky Derby.
Is it the Kentucky? Yeah, I don't think you could be seen at the Kentucky Derby holding that beer.
Yeah, probably not. Probably not.
Class.
I'm not trying to go there tonight. I'm at home.
The other night, you guys were talking about how, like, in I think it was on your stream, Joe, about like in these small towns and Daisy Dukes and these beautiful blonde girls. I don't know if you guys have ever been to a small town, okay? But there's more women who are missing teeth than beautiful blondes and Daisy Dukes.
Yeah,
like,
it doesn't exist.
True.
I mean,
And they're generally a little bit more farm fed, like, you know what I mean.
Oh my
That's always the thing, though. It's like this fairy tale of the milk-fed farmer's daughter, and it's like, no, she's a meth addict with teeth missing, and jailhouse tattoos.
Yeah,
you gotta hog tie them.
Did you ever see?
My heart Appalachians.
Yeah, did you ever see the documentary "The Wild, Wonderful World of the Whites"?
No.
So it's the White family. They're from Boone County. I think it's Boone County, West Virginia, and it is one of the most fucked things you'll ever watch. But the one guy takes a pill bottle and he shakes it outside, like, so it's like, and he goes, "You know what that is?" And they're like, "What?" And he goes, "That's the Boone County mating call."
Oh my god!
And I was like, "All right, yeah, hell yeah," But yeah, if you ever
Is
get
the White family the inbred family?
no, dude, that is fucked.
Have you seen that? Yeah.
Yeah, I've seen the interviews of that. I think they're from like West Virginia or something, right?
They're Appalachia. They're like the one guy barks like a dog. Like that's the only way he can communicate.
Yeah.
They've been inbreeding for like.
That's what happened when you inbreed.
I have not. I'm not aware of this. I know of it in general, but I didn't know this is a specific family and they've been in the media.
Do you guys watch excuse me, do you watch Soft White Underbelly, the YouTube channel?
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's great. I mean, I've seen
great. It's really,
and you know what? He really tries to help the people too. I mean, I don't know if you saw the one where he tries to help out this prostitute, and then he actually brings in her pimp and interviews the pimp and everything.
Yes.
He tried to get her out of the streets and everything, and it was just
This guy is a very he's very successful photographer. He's anyways, but he has a studio in downtown LA, and he just brings people in off the streets and sits them there and just has them tell their story. And their stories are just so messed up. Like, you're just like, wow, people are raised like that. And they've, soft white underbelly. It's, pretty.
Yeah, Margie, that's a great one.
Yeah,
I subscribe and I've seen a number of them. I don't look at them all the time. It's a lot of prostitutes that get interviewed.
Yeah.
It is interesting, though. It is. Just to see how people, it just shows that people that are raised this way, they're just a product of their upbringing. You know what I mean? They're product of how they were raised. They're messed up.
Yeah, at the end of the day, it all starts at home, right? I mean, that's what I get from them. Every single video that I see.
Absolutely.
Well, and for the inbred family, everything happens at home. That's I just found that it's called Inbred Family, the Whitakers.
The Whitakers. That's who it is.
Dude, holy.
Is there a clip of them that you can share?
You want me to share my screen?
It's disturbing, but show it.
I would have thought that Patrick would have loved a soft yellow belly. When you're talking about Virginia, I don't know if this is the same for you guys, but anytime I think of Virginia, I think of the Westboro Baptist Church going to military funerals with a picket saying, "God hates homos."
I used to be friends with Shirley Phelps Roper. When I used to do a podcast, she used to call in all the time, and I would talk to her quite a bit from Westboro Baptist.
Raleigh County
podcast, man. You should post those on your channel.
I have to dig them off of the old laptop. Here we go.
Oh my God.
This is a way to cheer people up, and
this will put a spring in your Saturday night.
If you haven't seen this, you just have to.
Oh boy.
Yeah.
Turn this off, bro. Turn this. I've seen this. Turn it off.
Right. I'll be back, guys.
Turn it off, please.
So what are your names?
Bro, turn this off.
I'm sorry.
All right. Well,
Kevin
was enjoying.
Okay. Watch it on your own time, but it is
okay.
disturbing.
Everybody's interest it peaked. Now everybody has something to watch later after the stream.
Yeah, and some of you people probably have something to masturbate to.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
Yeah, I think Marcus has
So
it right.
disturbing. Yes, you have to watch it though, because it just shows you this is what happened when you inbreed. There's a reason why you don't.
God, Margie.
You end up fucked up. What?
Oh, you have one Michelob Ultra. You have a can in your hand. You turn into fucking Shirley Phelps over there.
Who's Shirley Phelps?
So Shirley, she ended up. So Allison got mad at me because Shirley, after I had her on, she started emailing me. And
so Margie doesn't know the Westboro Baptist Church, the God hates fags people.
You never saw them?
I've never seen that. No.
Oh.
But no, that's not me.
She would just email me just to like talk about what was going on at like whenever somebody there would have another baby or whatever. She'd like and go, so how are things going with your friend? Like the weird thing about her was she was actually a very nice person. And so when I had her on, what was funny, so my co-host was a Jewish guy and I'm an atheist. And so she hated him more than she hated me. She was like, well, you're going to go to hell. And I was like, I know, I've been told. But she was like, but him, he's just, he's an embarrassment. And I was like, all right, then, but it was pretty funny. But it was weird, man. Like, I don't know. I think it was just the family. Like she was born into that family. And it started off strange because her father, Fred Phelps, who was the mastermind of this whole thing, he was originally a huge civil rights proponent. And what kicked him on this agenda of God hates fags was he caught two guys. He took his grandchildren to a park, and this park had become a favorite hotspot for homosexual men to meet up and do whatever they were doing. And he caught two guys.
I think that's where Kevin and his friend were last week.
Yeah, that's right. He was like,
it wasn't, but I was actually going to ask, do you possibly have
where is this place?
like, find this place, closest bus stop. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah. So, but yeah, it was she wasn't like, and years later I saw there was a gay like radio personality that had befriended her, and she started like having him over for dinner. She wasn't like as hostile as she appeared to be outwardly. Her sister, you're not going to like this, but her sister's name was Margie, and she was very fucking hostile. There was no fun to be had with her. But yeah, but Shirley was all right.
Is Margie short for Margaret?
No, it's just Margie. Yeah.
Margie is often short for
Margaret or Marjorie.
Right? But that is your birth name, correct?
Yeah, Margie. Mm-hmm. Yep, just Margie.
You're the last Margie I've ever met in my life.
What?
What's that?
You're the only Margie that I've ever met in my life.
No, I know there's not very many Margies around.
And none.
Yeah, I've never known a Margie.
They're nothing like you.
That's right.
Because you're one in a million.
Margie Phelps was certainly not like you. So there was that.
Thanks for having me, guys. I'm gonna go.
Okay, bye, Kevin. Have a good night.
All right, thanks for cutting your watermelon with us.
Oh, and then Aram took off.
He said he'll be back.
Yeah.
Oh, Yara's here.
Hi, Yara.
Hello, Yara. There's another name I've never known anybody else named Yara.
Yara, I've never known another Yara. That's true.
I didn't either. We were just, I forget what the hell it was. We were watching a movie and somebody was named Yara in the movie. So that was the only second time I've ever heard that.
Guys, there's 56 people here. Step it up.
Awesome.
What? Who has to step it up? Us or the people in the chat? What do they got to do?
Guys.
As they say, I'm new to this. As they say,
right.
That's amazing.
Hit the like button and all, because I think I see, unless it's changed and it hasn't updated on my end, I see 26 likes, but 54 people watching. So hopefully the other 23 people or something also like it.
You could alternate my first move line on a first date and just tell people that like button ain't gonna hit itself.
Oh my!
You could try.
That thumb isn't gonna put itself.
Never gonna forget that.
Yeah.
Ever.
What do you mean? What's wrong with that line? It's a great line. I don't know what you're talking about.
It is great.
All right, since we got to step it up, you want another subject?
Yes.
Yeah, let's go MAFVHOI style now. Here, go ahead.
All right. Have you seen this story?
Oh wait, no. I think I saw something. I don't know it offhand. Maybe when you start talking, I'll remember.
Tell me about.
So the guy on the left is an actor named Dacre Montgomery. He played Steve on Billy. I'm sorry, on Stranger Things. This girl on the right was catfished by someone online who pretended to be him. She not only was talked into leaving her husband, but she gave this actor who needed money $10,000.
Oh my God.
I watched this today, she's had no problem coming forward with her story and can't figure out how she was duped. During the entire year or two that they were talking on the phone, that they were talking over the internet, he was never able to make a phone call because his girlfriend, his live-in girlfriend, who he's been with for, I think, 6 or 7 years, was so controlling that he just wasn't even allowed to make phone calls. And yeah.
My God.
Wow.
So, I hate to laugh at people, but like you could tell. So I guess there's a show, some kind of catfishing show, and she went to them, and so they're digging up every picture he ever sent her. Like the one night he wasn't responding to her, so she's saying, "Why aren't you?" No, so that's the crazy part. She works in video production. She makes films. Like I was just like, whoa, like you got to have some level of intellect, right? But I don't know, man. And so he literally says to her, they showed you the chat logs, and he was like, this can never work unless you leave your husband. So she was like, okay, I'll tell him next week.
Oh my God.
And I'm like, no, over a chat screen. Like there was never. So he sent her a picture when he wasn't responding. He was like, sorry, was making dinner, and he sent a picture of a lasagna. Well, they reverse image searched it, and it was from Martha Stewart's recipe page on the internet.
Oh my God.
Everything he did was easily traced back.
Yeah.
And she just, but it was a clear example of her wanting to believe.
Yes.
And so what I just showed you of that guy is him in costume from Stranger Things. He's supposed to look like a burnout metal dude from the 80s.
Yes.
He's actually a very handsome dude. His girlfriend is hot as hell. There's a point where you got to be realistic with yourself, right? Like, I never think, like, if suddenly, all of a sudden, and don't people start doing this, but if I started getting message on Instagram like, hey, DDLD, it's Gal Gadot, I'd really love to huff you off. I wouldn't be like, oh, Gal Gadot, hey, you know what I mean? Because I'd be like, what the fuck, what does she want with me? You know? Yeah. You got to be realistic with yourself, people. Stop listening to the internet. You know, body positivity only goes so far. Grow up. That's my message. Clean? Go ahead.
So do they know who the person is that was doing it?
No, they didn't find out who did it, but he's got 10 grand of her loot. And it wasn't like she had like she was paying him in installments on top of everything. On top of everything else. So it wasn't even like she wrote one check of 10 grand, because he told her that he needed to, in order to get away from the girl, he had to move out, and she controlled their mutual bank account. So he couldn't just take the money. So if she would just front him the 10 grand, he could put a deposit on where he was going to move to and then get away from her. And while this was happening online, the entertainment outlets were running a story about how Dacre Montgomery and his fiance just bought a brand new multi-million-dollar house somewhere. So she hit him up and she's like, wait a minute, why am I seeing this? And he's like, oh, our publicist told us we had to do that to make it look, and she still sent the fucking money. So at some point,
wow,
isn't it your fault? You know?
Yeah. So
yeah. Did her husband take her back?
No. And this part's the sad part. They had a kid. So that's the sad fucking part. And then mom goes out and puts all this business out on the internet. So now everybody's going like, yo, didn't your mom get clowned on the fucking internet by some guy pretending to be from Stranger Things? And that's that kid's life now. You know, way to go.
But it's true. Like what Rachel said, you kind of think, are these people just dumb? Like they're just dumb human beings?
I don't know, man.
How would you even think that? Like, because like okay, even like myself, like I would never like even think that was a possibility. You know what I mean? Like here's a star and he's got this hot girlfriend, and yes, he's talking to me. He wants me. That's crazy.
I mean, I don't know why you would think. Like, she tried to explain it that it was a message board where industry types like filmmakers and stuff. And I know she's blowing this out of proportion. It's probably people who are interested in making films and stuff.
Yeah.
And so she was like, he started talking to her, and then he was like, oh, I'm actually famous. And she didn't. So here was again, this was idiocy. She's like, eventually he said, look, don't tell anybody, but I'm Dacre Montgomery. And she's like, oh my God, you're one of my favorite. Well, if you go to her Facebook page, in fact, let's go back to this picture right here. Let me push this button. You see that shirt she's wearing? That shirt says,
yes.
Billy. It says Billy, and it has a picture of him.
Oh,
so if you go to her Facebook page, she was obsessed with this guy. So whoever this was just
targeted her.
Did a little research, you know, and then was.
Yeah.
So again, it was all what she wanted to believe.
Which also, yeah, it's like, okay, if I have like a celebrity crush that I obsess over a little bit, and then suddenly that person is talking to me, and that I have to assume somebody's trolling me hard.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, man. But you know what's kind of interesting? I was thinking about this after I watched this. This is going to get worse, especially for people like her, because we got deep fakes now. We've got voice cloning now, right?
Yep.
This is going to get really, really bad, because at some point in time, like, you can't real time deep fake, but at some point in time, you're going to be able to. We're going to be able to be.
Oh, it's coming. They're pretty close, I think.
Yeah. Yeah. And yeah, like Joe's saying, this is why you asked to FaceTime. But as she said, he had an excuse every single time. And at a certain point, you got to go, okay, red flag, red flag.
Exactly.
Flag, you know,
FaceTime. Yeah. FaceTime. You got to do it.
Yeah.
I would never send anyone money that I didn't know. That's crazy.
No, that's just insane. Like, but I don't know. Part of me, you can't even say like why I felt no compassion for her. I mean, obviously she's got something wrong with her, but like, if you're lonely, I can kind of dig it. Like, all right, you know, this person was tragically lonely, right? And they just wanted to believe they had a connection somewhere. But when you had a husband, you know what I mean? You had, you know, so yeah. Now, I don't think it was on. She was paying him through Bitcoin, is what I saw. There were Bitcoins in installments. So,
yeah. If you have to pay somebody with Bitcoin, that's also probably a red flag.
Rachel asked, where were people in her life to help her? Well, her husband was there, but all he found out about it, he was moving out at the time he learned about this situation. So he couldn't really help her any advice.
Yeah. Look, again, there's 1,000 red flags here. You wouldn't, but like, if you're going to send somebody money, give me your Zelle. Like, I need your name and your phone number, you know, right?
Yeah.
So yeah, once you're, if I know nothing about you, you haven't shown yourself, and I have to pay you with Bitcoin, like, I'm lost at that point. I'm fucked. Like, there's something really wrong there.
Yeah, it's done. And you know, the team showed her that just during the one season of Stranger Things alone, in which he was almost on every episode, and there was like 12 or 13 episodes that season, he was being paid $150,000 an episode. So they were like, he really doesn't need.
Oh my god!
Yeah, you know?
Right. He doesn't need your.
And you know, she could have looked that shit up.
I think at a certain point, there's like, you don't want to know, you know, like because I mean,
you have to be self-deluding. You have to just totally be lying to yourself at that point.
And you know, the one of the things that sold her, so he died. No spoilers, whatever the fuck. He dies in the one season that he's on. But he returns in a cameo, because Stranger Things is all paranormal level shit. And he comes back. So the night before, he told her, just make sure you watch the episode 4 of the season, because there's a surprise for you. And so this character, Dacre Montgomery's character Billy, returns in episode 4 of that season. And she was like, so I was convinced, because how would he know that? I don't know. Maybe entertainment outlets where it said Billy returns in episode 4, you know? So that's what sold her, that she had to really be talking to
Oh my god. What is going on?
Yeah, it's fucked up.
Yeah, it happens all the time, though. People get scammed all the time.
They say the craziest part is, so I got in trouble on Facebook, one of these conversations, you know, somebody got really upset with something I said. And
that's odd.
I can't imagine. But anyway, so I was trying to explain that the number one victims of these romance scammers are strangely college-educated, middle-aged women.
Yes.
I would have swore it was dudes, like these simp fucks that are on, in Fragile.
I do know the same thing, yeah. There's a lot of women, I think they're just lonely and they're just they're still looking for, that soulmate.
Yeah, I guess so. I mean,
or they're still, I don't know. It's crazy.
But it's again, so it seems to not have anything to do with education level. Like this girl, if you watch her, she doesn't seem dumb. So it's something, the human desire for affection and attachment.
Yes, that's what it is. It's that strong, I think. Just the human desire to, for love and connection and all those things that,
There are so many ways to find that without it being this fucked up, though.
You're trying to bring this back to a fleshlight again, aren't you?
Yeah, or a real doll. Or just fucking hang out on goddamn live streams and you'll find something, right?
Yeah.
Hey, there's a hurricane that's about to hit Southern California for the first time in forever. It'll be a tropical storm when it actually hits. Exciting. But right now it is Hurricane Hillary. I'm sure there are some people having a lot of fun with that name.
Hurricane Crooked Hillary.
Yeah.
I'm in the weather very carefully.
So the Pacific Ocean over there is supposed to be cool enough that these storms don't happen like that. So, and it's been since 1939 since a hurricane has grown over there and hit Southern California. So anyway, Margie, you in about 36 hours, that storm will be passing through your neighborhood. Let's talk about hurricane prep. All right, Margie, what have you done to get ready for this?
Okay, here's what I did today. Here's what I did to make sure I was prepped for the hurricane, okay? I've never dealt with a hurricane before. It's not going to be a hurricane when it hits here. It's going to be a tropical storm, but it's probably going to be a lot of rain. And I think that the places that are going to be hit the most are like the mountains, like the valleys. The valleys are going to be hit really hard because...
Is it the mountains or the valleys?
It's the valleys. It's the valleys.
Mountains go up and valleys go down.
Okay, the mountains. But they're like, they're not very high mountains. They're like, San Gabriel Valley, all the valleys. They're going to be hit really hard because they had a lot of rain. I mean, a lot of fire. They've had fire.
Those low mountains are also known as high desert. So those are
high desert. Thank you.
High
desert. So they've dealt with fire. So the ground is already unstable. And then, of course, the coastal areas, right? So they're afraid of landslides. Luckily, where I'm at, it's pretty, there's no...
You're flat.
I'm flat. Yes, it's very flat here. So, so I think if anything, I'm just going to get a lot of rain. But, it's going to be interesting. But the winds are going to be interesting. So you can already tell it's coming in. Like, it's kind of like getting like very like, today was a lot cooler, overcast. The humidity is insane. It was super humid today. So it's very hot and humid. So we'll see. But here's my prep. I went through my whole house and I gathered up all my candles. In fact, I had a few I didn't even realize I had. So I pulled out candles and flashlights. No, I'm just kidding. So I'm ready. I got that. And then what else did I do? That's pretty much it. I'm afraid of the power going out.
They say you have to make sure that all your chargeable things are charged. Make sure.
Yes, so I'm charging everything. Yes, that's happening. But it's supposed to hit tomorrow night and Monday. So we will see. Yeah.
I guess you probably, because you guys aren't really prepared for this kind of stuff the way.
No, not at all.
Not that here on the East Coast, I mean, when we get hit, it's all screwed up anyway, but you're probably even less prepared.
Totally prepared.
That kind of,
nobody knows what to expect. That's the thing. Everyone's like, what do we do?
Yeah.
So we will see.
there are most of the areas there in Southern California are expecting as much rain in a day and a half as they get the entire year, typically.
Yeah, I saw that. That's pretty crazy. Joanne makes a good point. Do you have a power bank? Any kind of power banks? No. How fast is Amazon delivery?
I know. I was gonna get on Amazon today. I know. I don't have what kind of power bank? Would that be like a?
Well, you can get like Anchor makes bigger boxes that'll do like.
Yeah, I don't have any of that.
Or you can just get I have a block. I got it on Amazon. I paid like I want to say $29. It'll charge my iPhone 12 times.
Oh, okay.
It takes about 6 hours to fully charge the block, but once you do, it'll charge your phone like that many times.
Oh, okay, that's a good idea. And then Rachel says to fill my bathtub with water when it starts, so you can have at least water to flush. That's a good idea. Okay, I'll do that for sure.
Yes.
Crazy. I thought I was like in the clear over here. And
look at all these tips.
I know. Are you flat, lower in elevation, or higher? I'm definitely lower in elevation, I would say. Flash flooding, can be a crazy thing. This is
and
I hope Peanut and I make it.
You have a gas stove, right?
I have a gas stove, yeah. Why?
If you live stream from the middle of the hurricane, like go outside and broadcast, I think it would get a lot of
Okay. I'm gonna do a live stream.
You can do your best weather girl imitation on a live stream.
I used to want to be an anchor woman. Did you guys have childhood dreams? Like when you're a kid, you're like, I want to do this.
Yes, I wanted to be a Disney animator. That
really?
Was that was my deal.
I was drawing?
Yeah. I was big into all that kind of shit. Yeah.
Oh, cool. Yeah. Great.
I wanted to be a mad scientist. I wanted to invent chemicals and
take over the world.
Yeah.
It's a way to go.
And then the older I got, then it was like filmmaker, or like a Hollywood director,
Yeah.
So that I could have a casting couch. I'm kidding.
I don't think you are.
I don't think you are kidding.
So, how bad do you want this role? What are you willing to do? Like, if we were shooting a scene and I needed you to be naked, would that happen? Can that happen now? I think that's how it would go.
Yeah,
exactly. It was spot on. That's exactly. It would not have gone any different.
Oh my. Yes. I want to be an anchor woman, and then at one point I wanted to be a vet, and I thought no. Then I realized no, I can't do the vet thing.
Yeah.
But I could have done the anchor woman thing, but I just didn't.
I could see you as a weather. I mean, we say girl. You're grown ass women. We never say weather woman. We say weather man. We say weatherman, but we don't say weather woman. We always say weather girl for some reason, don't we?
Yeah, that is kind of weird. And you would think that would not be allowed these days.
Exactly.
But, I guess all the weather women, they like LA's a big market. So if you're like in any kind of broadcasting kind of schooling or anything, you start in LA. You start in the big markets like LA and New York. So you see a lot of like new weather women in LA. Clean wanted to be Lex Luthor. I don't reason. Yes. I'm going to go back and I'm going to screenshot all this so that I can be prepared.
All of these tips that you need to be ready for. And then what'll happen? It'll drizzle for like 5 minutes. And then...
I was supposed to ask Margie tonight, what is a good perfume for a hurricane? It's like a good Joy Amin video review.
He's been cranking out videos these days, right? Or has
he always does. He always has, pretty much.
Oh, okay. It seems like there's.
But I love because he sometimes has some wacky things perfumed for X, Y, or Z. Many of them are common things, but he'll throw in some wacky ones. I'll never forget. Like a year and a half ago, he did best perfumes for climbing a tree. I watched it because I was like, what the fuck, is this for real? And he admitted it was kind of a joke. It was a joke because someone challenged him or someone said something like that, so he did it as a joke. But I'll never forget, he actually did one with a title, Best Perfumes for Cleaning.
I like it.
No, for hurricanes, it's basically humid weather. So anything that will hold up in humidity is what you want, right?
Yeah.
Just come to Iowa. Yes. Oh my God, that would be amazing. I'm coming to visit Rachel. I'm going to go on the horse.
We're going to go horseback riding.
We're going to get it on video.
Margie, have you ever ridden a horse?
No. Oh, well, no. Actually, I have ridden a horse. Really? It was amazing. But
was
just
it
like,
a horse or was it a pony? Like when you were
it was
a girl,
a horse.
Little...
It was a horse.
Have you ever ridden a thoroughbred?
This is a casting couch again. You know what I mean? Like, this is why I can hear it already.
Have you ever ridden a real horse?
Let's pretend I'm casting a remake of Seabiscuit.
Stop it!
Have you ever gotten up on a 7-foot horse and wrapped your legs around it?
Oh my God.
No, but I tell you, riding horses are not always so easy, especially when you haven't done it much or at all. Riding a horse will fuck you up and I'll actually make your body won't feel very good.
Yeah, you'll be sore
for like a week after riding a horse. Joe, have you ridden a horse?
Fuck no.
I've ridden a few times.
Never been to it.
Crazy, first time.
I get wigged out by animals, man. I don't near them. Like I have my dog. That's it.
First time. Good night, Scales. Peace out. Glad you came.
Hi, Scales.
Thanks for being here. First time I ever rode a horse. Holy shit! It was with some extended family in the country in Minnesota. Never been on a horse before. Got on one, and everything was cool. We're just like along. I'm riding it for, I don't know, 20 minutes or so. And I was getting comfortable on it. How old was I? Probably like...
Oh, it'll jack you up for sure.
I was probably like 12 years old. And then suddenly we started running. We started galloping like a motherfucker. And it was freaky as fuck. And I thought I was going to die at first, but I got my rhythm and it was cool. And somehow I did it. Like first time ever on a horse, and I'm like freaking galloping through this field. It was exhilarating, I have to say. And I only rode a horse a couple more times after that. And the last time I was on one was in the Dominican Republic, and man, that shit fucked me up for days after.
Yeah, I got no. The Philadelphia Zoo, they used to have, you could ride camels. I don't know if they still have that there, and they'd always be like, you want to ride the camel? And I mean, what am I going to do on a camel? You know what I mean?
Ooh, yeah. I guess, yeah, horses can be dangerous. See, that would be so much fun. I love that.
Yes.
I would have thought you might have ridden a donkey.
Ride a fucking donkey. What am I doing there?
I have no idea. You're going up a mountain pass with your supplies.
Oh my God.
No, sir. I'm telling you, I don't like, even like, I have some, camels do spit, and I don't like that. So I used to take my kids to, there's a place called Linvilla Orchards in Delco, and they have like an ostrich, and they had some emus, and like I didn't like any of these things coming near me. You know, like they would come around. They had a peacock that would just walk around and shit, and everybody get all excited. Fuck that! I don't need that shit near me. Dog is fine. You know, I've owned a cat in the course of my life. I had a ball python at one point. These things were fine, but the rest, like, I don't want any, like, especially an ostrich or an emu, because they could, you know,
they'll fuck you up too.
I don't need that bullshit in my life.
I wonder if Fernando's going to get some of that storm.
Oh yeah, hey Fernando, we were just talking about Hurricane Hillary coming through. Is that going to hit you wherever you are?
Let's go outside and see where the storm. I'm going to show you how this weather's backing up. I'm tired of sitting.
Joey, so you're not an animal guy. While she's walking us through, Joe, you're not an animal. I'm very much an animal guy. I want to be around animals whenever I can. I'm always curious about animals. I always have been since I was a kid. Like even as a grown-ass adult, if there's a petting zoo, I want to go over there. I want to go like fucking touch all the animals.
Me.
The sky looks cool. Okay, let's see. I'll show you. I never go outside, you guys.
Just stay in the house all the time.
Pretty much. I'm trying to get out.
Yeah, that's actually her true secret to her skincare. She's like, no, you have to wear sun protection. No, just doesn't go out. That's a nice little sunset.
That look like it's gonna be getting a hurricane soon. Let's see. So tomorrow's Sunday. Yeah, it's supposed to hit tomorrow evening into Monday. So we'll see.
Yeah.
That's Sunday and Monday for the Delco people. So
Sunday, Monday,
Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday.
No.
You gotta let the full audience so they can understand.
Oh, it feels nice out here. It's definitely cooler, so it definitely has cooled down, which is good because it's been way too hot lately. What did Fernando say? Is he getting
He didn't say. He didn't specify unless I missed it. I don't think.
Fernando, are you gonna get hit by the hurricane?
Yeah, I don't think.
Yeah, this is true.
I know, Rachel. I think that's a good point. I don't think I showed my street.
I don't think we could see anything anyway.
Yeah.
The only thing I could see was the silhouette of the palm trees against the.
I'm gonna come sit outside because.
Fernando says no to the.
Really? Okay. I wonder where are you, Fernando, in Mexico? He's in Mexico, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Not that he'll tell us specifically, but maybe I think Fernando, are you kind of like are you close to the border ish?
I can go meet Fernando.
Yeah. And again, Fernando, if you don't even want to
that far.
I understand.
Yeah, isn't it? So what is it? The one side of Mexico. I saw something on a map. So there was like
the Baja Peninsula.
Baja Peninsula is going to get the hurricane.
So that's getting clobbered today already, I believe.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Yeah. That's the long. So the long peninsula that comes around. That's under California. That comes around Mexico. That's the Baja Peninsula, and that. What's the freaking show called? Fernando's closer to Texas. Okay, that's why. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So he would get the shit that comes, the hurricanes that come from the other way that go into the Gulf of Mexico.
Yeah.
Like if he's closer to Texas. Did you ever see the show I Shouldn't Be Alive? It's like on the Discovery Channel or Nat Geo or one of those.
No.
I Shouldn't Be Alive, and it's these stories of people who like go out to do something. They're going out camping for the day, and then crazy shit happens. Or they're flying into another country and they're just going to do this thing for the weekend, and they get kidnapped by something, like. It's all these just crazy stories where somebody's day or week or month gets fucked up and they're almost dead from something. So there was all these stories. There were at least 3 different I Shouldn't Be Alives of people getting fucked up in that water that's between Mexico and the Baja Peninsula.
No way.
I forget what it's called, but apparently all kinds of fucking crazy storms come out of the blue and shit happens. Like, there was these I Shouldn't Be Alive where these people get, again, fucked up. They capsize their boat. They wash up. Like 2 or 3 people die. One guy is alone, stranded on this beach for like weeks before he's rescued. So yeah, it's all those stories. But shit happens in that water between the peninsula and Mexico. Like I'm
trying to think of the name of that. Is that the Grande? What is that?
I forget. Somebody will know, but it's just one of those notorious places where
what I've been watching, you guys? I've been watching all of these like police body cam videos I've been on this thing where I'm watching them. So like Police Academy, like all these police body cam, and you will be shocked how many people get shot just because they go for it. They like run after the police, like, and they act like they're pulling a gun out. The police just shoot them to kill every time.
That's called suicide by cop. That's
yes.
That's the thing.
But
people who
shocking.
want to die. They call it suicide by cop.
Video after video. I was shocked how many people actually do it. They're just like, and they're the cops telling them like, stop, put your hands up. Excuse me. And they're telling them to do, and they don't listen, and they get shot and they get killed. I mean, they're shooting to kill them, right? But like I noticed the cops are very careful after they shoot them, because they have to follow protocol and make sure they're not like, they're probably worried about lawsuits and everything else. So they have to be very careful how they approach and, like what they do. And they still try to administer care and everything. But for the most part, they're shooting these guys to kill them. You know what I mean? But it's just unbelievable. So that's been my thing I've been watching.
That's a fun little kick, watching people get shot all day.
I watch very uplifting.
I was going to say, do you follow that up with a revisit to the Whitaker family of the Appalachia region? Like,
yes, Police Academy, the Whitakers, Soft White Underbelly. I like all that depressing stuff. No, it's just interesting. It's just a glimpse into other realities. But
yeah, I go through phases. Like I'll go down for like I went down a massive rabbit hole of the Columbine shooters like 2 years ago. That led me to James Holmes, the motivation behind these mass shooters and all that kind of stuff, and Dylan Klebold's mother's book, and like, so I'll get caught up in that for a while, and then I get to a point where I'm like, okay, now I got a gear shift, because it starts fucking with my head and depressing.
Yeah. I think we all do this with different things. Like periodically we go down rabbit holes on different topics of some sort, right? Like I have mine. Yeah. I don't even know what my latest topic has been, but I know like every week there's something else.
I know there's something different. That's been my latest one, but
I think that kind of stuff is always like, when you're not somebody like that, you get drawn to it because you're like,
yes, it just fascinates you. You're like, how is that possible? But yeah,
they really are. Like I many years ago, I got really into like looking into the Manson family and how that all went down, because that's actually like when you couple it with his involvement with the Beach Boys and Terry Melcher, and like all that end of everything that was going on there is just so bizarre and so strange. And that house at Cielo Drive, and all the people who rented that house, the movie stars over the years, and the door, actually, the pig.
Your sound cut out for just a second there.
Mine? I hear a truck or something. What is that?
Yeah, there's someone right here that's making a lot of noise. It's a neighbor. Those pesky neighbors.
Margie, are you going to stay out there in the dark for the rest of the evening?
Kind of nice out here. Okay, I'll go back inside. There's my neighbor.
Or you should just set up in your backyard and have a little light out there.
I don't really have much light out there. Okay, well, I'm just moving. But yes, there's always some kind of rabbit hole to go down, right?
Mm-hmm.
But
yeah, what Rachel just said there,
Yes.
And it's just that, like, so this past Monday, the door from Cielo Drive, the infamous pig door, went up for auction. And
no way.
So it's a weird story. So the house was torn down. The guy who created Full House, Jeff Franklin, built a brand new house on the property, and the door was like, nobody knew what happened to it, and it went missing for years. I'm sorry, I got this backwards. The door was taken by Trent Reznor from 9 Inch Nails. He was the last person to rent Cielo Drive, and I believe the downward spiral was recorded in the room where everybody was murdered. And so when the house was being torn down, Trent took the door. he made it as the front door to Nothing Studios, where he set up his new studios. Then after a while, I guess he outgrew the whole like morbid fascination with everything. So he got rid of the door, but then the door like disappeared. Nobody knew who took it, where it went. It ended up being in the possession of some dentist. And that's the guy that has it now and is putting it up for auction. And so
interesting. And it says pig on it, right?
Not anymore. No, they wrote pig in Sharon Tate's blood, and
that was horrible.
Yeah. But that's the door. The door is from like I think it was 44 when the house was built. It was the original door with the original hardware, and it still has all that now. But I don't know. Like, that's just kind of weird shit to want to own stuff.
Yeah, people get off on collecting weird, morbid things.
Yeah, I remember
just on a swinging bench there.
No, I don't like it. I'm uncomfortable. I liked it better in the front yard. I mean, on the porch. That's okay. I'm gonna go back inside. I'm just being antsy. Sorry, guys. I'm not used to sitting. Well,
you're used to sitting.
I remember when
I got a standing desk.
I don't understand the standing desk. I would want to sit down. Why do you want the standing
desk? Okay,
desk?
Here's the funny thing about the standing desk. Absolutely, you want to sit down. And I didn't. The thing they don't tell you is when you get a standing desk, you still need to sit at some point, right? Mm-hmm. You get tired of standing. So now I had to I had to buy a drafting chair. So because my desk now is elevated because it's a standing desk. And so I had to buy a drafting chair, like a whole different chair, to be able to sit when I need to sit. Anyways, I was trying to put that together today, and it didn't work out very well. I was trying to put it together myself. It was bad. Anyways, so yes. Okay, I'm going back. What's that? Isn't one of the songs from Downward Spiral?
Yeah, no, Marilyn Manson was there. He's on or doing something on some of the tracks, and I know he's pretty canceled these days, but I remember reading an interview with him, and he said he couldn't stand being in that room. He was like, I just thought it was so fucked up that Trent set all the recording equipment up in that room, and he's like, and I couldn't stop thinking about what went on in that room, because it was pretty much been changed. I mean, it had been painted and rugs had been replaced or whatever, but said it was the same deal, you know.
Yeah, I'm not someone I don't believe in ghosts necessarily. Like I'm not somebody who'd be like, oh, what if their spirits are still here or whatever. So I would not be like that, but I would not feel good being in a space that happened in, like, so violently and so intentionally. And,
yeah, I mean, and that was such a brutal scene. Like, everything that happened there was so, as you said, violent and hideous and shit. So I don't know. I mean, people had lived there. There was a girl that rented the house 6 weeks after the fucking murders, and she lived there and said,
"Oh my God!"
So So on Cielo in Benedict Canyon, where he's saying there's high strangeness out there, it is notoriously, people claim, there's a house, I think it's called the Omar House or something. This guy claims his house he's had all the ghost hunting crews there, ghost adventures.
Is this in LA?
Yeah.
I could.
Laurel Canyon?
Benedict, I think.
Okay.
I think it's in Benedict Canyon.
Weird.
But yeah, man, it was. You know what else I saw? Speaking of this kind of stuff, I forget what the guy's channel is. Dude went and stayed at the hotel. It's in Yosemite that the Overlook was modeled after. Not the Stanley that the Overlook, the ghost stories came from, were the inspiration, but the hotel. I wish I could remember the name. Maybe somebody knows it. It's very expensive to stay there, but it's got the red elevators, like everything. Kubrick rebuilt this hotel at the set in London, and it's unfucking believable how uncanny and uncannily similar the set was to this hotel. And so the dude stayed there, and he does a channel like this kind of stuff, like weird shit. And yeah, Marcus is saying it's a lovely hotel. Do you remember the name? It's something with an A, some kind of Indian. Well, I think you're supposed to say.
Where's it at now, Joe?
What's that?
Is it in LA?
It's in Yosemite.
In Yosemite?
Yeah, so like when you're in your room, when you look out the mountains, everything's like right out there. It's unbelievable. It's like it's $600-$700 a night or something like that. And it's booked out. I actually looked at, because I was like, oh dude, I need to stay there.
Yeah.
I looked it up, and it's booked till December, like from now. Like,
I'm sure. That would be cool.
Yeah, if anybody remembers the name, but
does it have the hedge mazes too?
No, it doesn't have that. It's just the interior. So the entire theme of it is very like I think we're supposed to say First Nations people now. You know,
okay.
So it's a lot of that. And if you remember, if you look at the overlook, a lot of the draperies hanging on the wall were those kind of Southwest patterns and weird things.
Yeah.
But like the Colorado room, the bar, it's not quite exactly the same, but where Lloyd would come and serve Mr. Torrance his drinks.
Yeah.
He like that looks really similar. No, it's not. It's called. Let me look this up.
We're gonna have a FragCon meetup
At the Overlook Hotel.
The Overspray Hotel.
Yeah.
The Overspray.
There you go. Now we're going full Dan. It's called the Ahwahnee Hotel in Yosemite.
Oh, there it is. Taffy's got it there.
Yeah.
Ahwahnee.
That's it.
Ahwahnee Hotel.
Yeah, check this place out. It's a fucking beautiful hotel, and this guy, I'll find it and I'll post it in a group on Instagram or something. He does the full walking tour, and he'll show you the clip of the movie, then he'll show you the actual thing, and it's like I will look at this and I'm like, what budget did Kubrick have, like, to rebuild this place so accurately? Why didn't he just shoot it in the hotel?
Exactly.
I didn't understand that. But even
and interesting that you would like. Why would it be so important to rebuild it? To that specification, like when you could create anything. I can understand basing it on something, using it as inspiration. But interesting that he went full on with it.
Yeah. Let me see if I can real quick find this. We don't gotta watch the whole thing's pretty long, but it's like written something.
That would be cool to stay there though.
Is this it? Oh yeah, here it is. All right, let me
Do you see what you have still scrolling on your screen, Clean?
Horses are just men extenders.
I mean,
was that a money statement? What was that?
No, it's Ken says it in Barbie.
Oh,
Ken gets fascinated with horses.
All right, let me put this up and just bring it to where we get into the interior of the hotel, because he does a lot of shit outside first.
She's spooky.
Their whole thing is being creepy. The two of them, they go around to some cool stuff, and their videos are sometimes kind of interesting. All right, here we go. So this is the lobby.
He changed just enough details to make it his own. But the pillars, the walls, the lights, the markings on the floor, all look the same.
Pretty.
Hey, look, this is the rebuild.
Wow.
It's fucking insane, dude.
Oh my God.
Now, there's a couple big differences. For instance, when Jack stops over at the front desk, right over where Jessica is, and says that he has an appointment with Mr. Ullman, the desk is actually not here. Everything's been switched, flipped around. Let me show you what I mean.
Hi, I've got an appointment with Mr. Ullman. My name's Jack Torrance.
The real front desk is actually on the other side of the room, and kind of
But
like
even that's pretty
a
similar.
mirrored
Like,
image. You can see it right there. It looks pretty close to The Shining, doesn't it?
let me see if I can just fast forward to.
How fun is this? Actually walking through the overlook.
This is him. You
inside
see
the
what a
hotel.
creep he is?
Now, before I move on to show you the other places that they chose from for inspiration, I want to point out this room right here, the gold room. As Jack Torrance is walking through the hotel lobby, you can see the gold room looming in the distance. And in real life, it's actually the hotel bar. Now, when we get closer to the door here, there'd be a little sign just to the right of it that said the gold room. It's closed right now. We actually had dinner.
You see that
earlier in here.
illuminated shelving? That was just the same way it was when Lloyd was Hair of the Dog that bitch
But
and
this is
Lloyd.
what-
That whole thing. It's not quite as big, but
I don't know if the gold room was based off of this. But in real life, you can see where the inspiration came from. I mean, it's here.
let me bring you forward a little bit. Oh, here we go. All right.
Onto the next big location, even bigger than the hotel lobby.
There's the
Now,
red
consider
elevator.
this a bit of a tease, because what you're looking at right now are the red elevators, or as I like to call them, the blood elevators. And if you're a fan of The Shining, then you know exactly what I'm talking about. But before we get into that, we're going to talk about the Colorado Lounge. In this scene, the characters come out of that elevator right there, which is actually the maintenance elevator. And the room's a little bit different. Remember, they kind of pieced this entire hotel together based off of this hotel. They come out that elevator, they walk right in front of these stairs. Pay attention to the stonework right there, the design, the angles of it.
This is our Colorado Lounge.
Oh, it's beautiful. My God.
As they walk into the Colorado Lounge, they start finding out about the history of the place, some of the artwork, and some of the famous people that have stayed here. Now, wait until you get a load of this. It is real, 100% real, down to the windows and the stained glass on the top.
Those windows are amazing.
He'll show the Kubrick overlooking
The camera would have moved almost just like this.
Look at that.
All the way across the room.
God, I've never seen anything like this before. Are all these Indian designs authentic?
Yeah, I believe the basics, mainly on Navajo.
First
Now
Nations
they have this
people,
area
Wendy.
blocked
God,
out, so we can't get back there. But they actually walk past those giant pillars, and right against the back wall, there's a giant fireplace. Now, remember, I told you Stanley Kubrick picked pieces of everything, and he built his perfect hotel.
I'll kill it after this,
This-
but
the
just look at this
fireplace
fireplace.
is not over there. We just passed it. Did you see it? This fireplace is massive. There's Jessica. Look how big it is. I mean, she's practically climbing inside of it. But the giant wooden beam on the top that she's touching right now to the stonework, everything matches up. It's almost as if Kubrick actually took the fireplace and piece by piece put it on his set. How crazy is this?
We had 4
There it is right there.
I love that we have the entire Overlook Hotel to ourselves. This is a Shining fan's dream come true, or nightmare. And speaking of famous people, that
this.
stayed
Let me
here,
show you this
the
real
hotel
quick, 'cause
actually
this
gave
is
us
kind of
this
interesting.
big wheel along this route right here. And we know that he turns this corner because you can see the windows.
Watch how
He's really
perfect
close
this
to
is.
them. And he rides into the Colorado room just like this.
It's like he's.
Oh my God.
It's insane. All right, I'll stop the thing.
That would be cool.
Yeah, I mean,
Well,
That's why I'm saying, what budget did he have to basically rebuild the hotel? You know, crazy.
Yeah, that's insane. You would think, even if you're shooting in London, I mean, certainly you're going to use some sound stages to build some sets, but you would think for big shots, like you would actually probably find a location to use, you know, so that's
and then
crazy.
they did it again for Dr. Sleep. At the end of Dr. Sleep, they took the blueprints from Kubrick's Shining and rebuilt the hotel again so they could do it in Dr. Sleep. Very cool stuff.
Wow. And as Marcus says, red rum. Red rum.
Hell yeah.
Let's see who's hanging on with us.
Yeah.
How long have you been on?
So the chat has slowed down. We were watching a bit of a video, but
did we bore everybody? Did they all leave?
We've got 36.
All right, so we have dropped in numbers.
Yes. How do we bring the numbers back up?
I don't know. Clean, pull your rod out. I think that'll, you know.
How about shoe of the day?
I have orange shoes today, though.
Okay.
I have wedges.
Well,
See the wedges? I'll show you the wedges. But that's not going to do anything for bringing your numbers up. I can tell you that.
Well, we'll see. We'll see if this will bring us over 40. I bet.
Here are my shoes. Wait, hold on. Let me try to. See, this is what I always struggle with, you guys. Shoes, wedges. Mr. Clean's favorite. He likes the wedges.
I get that joke. So, yes, he did.
Yes.
Yeah, not. I have so many shoes, but I went with these because they're comfortable. So, did we go up in numbers? Probably not.
We didn't. I think we lost one.
Oh man.
We lost people. How about if I show my perfume?
Maybe that'll do. I don't know. I don't know the crowd, you know.
Well, Rachel
Thank you,
agrees.
Rachel. Rachel appreciates the shoes.
So hey, this is this is interesting. Again, now that I'm new to this stuff, I find myself looking at analytics, you know, and just what's going on. So my first stream, so this is number 5. So number 1 had the biggest numbers. It was the first one. And like a bunch of people from Oda Jerks came, right? Everybody was coming to see how fucked up it was going to be, right? So, so that video, as it sat there, had a little over 900 views on it. And then numbers 2, 3, and 4, all like after the stream, like the stream would end with 300 and some, and then they sat there with like mid 500s, like 500 and something views. And so that seemed to be what we were steadying out at, you know. And or not 4, I should say 2 and 3. So this is number 5. So 4, something changed, and suddenly my videos were getting or that one was getting put in recommended to people when they were watching other videos. And that one is now over 900. That now has the most views, has more than my first one. It's in like the upper 900s now.
Nice.
And so it was just weird. Every day I'd look and have 100 more views than it did the day before. Like, what the fuck is going on? So I don't understand why it's suddenly getting recommended. And I don't know if there's anything in that stream that stood out for recommendations, but it's weird. It's almost got twice as many views as all the others now.
Let's see how many subscribers DDLD has. 959.
Yeah, I lost like 3 subscribers in the last.
It's always funny when you lose them, right? You're like, what did I do?
Well, you know, it's kind of funny because Aram was like, "Hey, I'm going to cut pieces of the stream and put them out as clips."
Yes.
And he did, and then I kept losing subs. Because I think that they're saying like where we're talking about OnlyFans chicks, and then one of them is one of them's Taryn Manning talking about what she's been doing lately to that guy, that woman's husband, And I think, you know, if you did sub to me at one point because you were like, oh, I like his take on deorphanage or whatever. And now it's like, hey, check this out. You know what I mean? So I think some people were like, what the fuck is happening here? And they, which is fine. I don't care. But, you know, what are you going to do? You know,
well, so you lose a few subs, but I would imagine you're gaining more view hours.
Well, so it just added so from the stream the other night, we've been trying to figure out, like, it doesn't add my hours for like 2 more days. So I'm like, I'm sitting there going, yeah, see, that charming man, you know, that's what I mean. Like, people, you know, I think maybe I'm ruining my reputation here in the frag comms, you know. And I was thinking about that today. I was like, well, who? Because I act like a jerk off everywhere I go, so it's like, it's not really, it should be a surprise. But then I was like, well, you know what though? Like, so like Greta at one point put out, when I did that Minnie Mouse video. And
Greta put out?
No, not to me. I'm unspoken.
Oh, okay.
But so she took my video and shared it to her audience, and a bunch of the women that came and were like, oh, I came here from Greta, I subbed, you know, and all that kind of stuff. And I bet you if there was anybody that was like, what the fuck kind of trash,
right?
From Greta's, you know.
Well, the OnlyFans thing was a little like the thumbnail for the OnlyFans thing.
I mean, you know,
yeah.
you don't.
Aaron went to town on that thumbnail.
You don't sell the steak, you sell the sizzle, as they say, you know. And I think that's all. When will I be super chattable? Well, according to this, in 90 more watch hours, I will be super chattable. So, 90. You know, we can make this like a telethon. Everybody go watch DDLD.
Yeah.
I mean, what am I supposed to do here?
So it's so tell me if I've got this right. When I look, it says I need 500 subs and 1,000 watch hours.
No, 3,000 watch hours and 1,000, or I mean, 500 subs and 3,000 watch hours.
Wow.
They lowered it.
Oh, okay.
It used to be 4,000 watch hours and 1,000 subs, and they recently lowered it because I think somewhere along the road, the geniuses at YouTube figured out, hey, since we're taking 30% of their super chat, why are we making it so hard for them to be able to get super chats?
Yeah.
Let them get the money and then you can take it. So but yeah, so they lowered
That's cool.
Yeah, it's like, you know, I came in and they had the handicap things, you know. They're like, oh, let's lower the numbers down.
Fun. You have that clean. I just sent it to you.
That Pasha. Yes, it's horrible. I hate
it. Okay, here's the deal. I love Pasha de Cartier, but the parfum is definitely like every other modern fragrance where they try to do, is it oud? Are they trying to do an oud thing with it? Because here's the thing. It's
ethyl maltol and amber
That's
woods.
what
It smells like a BR 540 sort of.
Yeah, I'm not in the parfum, but I just like the classic Pasha de Cartier. This is one of my favorite men's designers. It's just classic and it smells so good. Oh my God. This is just like the perfect men's perfume. Have you smelled this, Joe?
Yes.
And I love Cartier.
I think
good.
I think I smelled that. When the fuck did I go smell that? Somebody was talking about it and I went and I smelled it. And the woman, when I asked her, she was like, you don't want to smell that. Like, I was like, why?
Really?
She's like, oh, I really don't like that. And I was like, well, I didn't ask you nothing. I just asked you
Ask for your opinion. Just get the Yeah. I prefer this. I prefer the eau de toilette of Pasha de Cartier over the parfum. Yeah, definitely. 100%.
Yeah, the parfum smells like 1,000 other things on the market.
Mm-hmm.
But I mean, it doesn't smell bad, but it's just that this one's better. Like if you had to decide, I like this one better. Anyways. See what happens when I park in front of my perfume cabinet?
Yes.
Yeah. Oh, super chat. So wait, Margie, how close are you to being monetized?
You know what? I don't know hours wise, but I have 923 subscribers. And
so you two, you have very similar subs right now.
And I think we put out videos at the same rate we put out videos too. So I mean,
now it's a competition. I gotta.
All right.
Well, yeah. What's your view hours, Margie?
My view hours?
Yeah.
I have to look. I'm gonna have to look for that. Let me see. How do you find that? So watch time 156. Let's see. Where do I find my view hours, guys?
So are you looking at the YouTube Studio app?
Let me go there. Hold on. YouTube Studio.
Let me pull that up.
Oh, I got it. Okay. YouTube Studio.
So
where do you see it?
go down, see where it says earn at the bottom?
Earn.
The $sign on the
yeah. Earn, yes.
Hit that and then scroll down. You'll see blue bars and it'll tell you how close you are to 3,000.
Oh my God, I'm super close.
How close?
I have 2,086
All right.
public watch hours. I only have to get to 3,000.
Yeah. That means you got to start streaming again.
I'm just going to do my 9-hour streams again. Or doing those again. Train wreck.
Okay, so mine says 4,000. Did you say 4,000 watch hours?
No, to 3,000 now.
Oh, well, mine, when I pull it up, it says 4,000.
No, you got to go. So there's two tiers of being monetized. The second one will tell you need 4,000 watch hours.
Oh.
The first tier is that for eligibility.
Okay. I'm sorry. I'm looking at the wrong one. Here it is. Yes. 3,000. Yes. And I have 1,200 public watch hours already.
Yeah. You know who's got fucking Kevin has 6,000 hours.
Oh
my. He has all the hours and not subs. That's where I'm going to be. I should have the hours. I should have the hours in another 4 or 5 months, but I just don't have the subs. I don't know where I get the subs from.
Yeah, I either will have. Oh, and the one thing about these watch hours that you got to pay attention to, they recycle every 365 days. It knocks off.
Oh no!
So that's what happened to me. I was real close to being monetized, and I did a stream. And I was like, oh, I'll be monetized after this. And that day was the day it recycled. So the next day I came back and I had less watch hours than I had the day before. I was like, what the fuck just happened? But that's what it did. So
that's crazy.
But yeah, so I should, if the hours don't continue to add up from the other night, I should be monetized after the next stream that I do.
Nice.
So
yeah. Okay. Well, cool.
Money.
Cool. Well, I just got my first fake super chat. Thank you, Charmin.
There you go. That's a nice way to do it, though. Hey, it's the intention, the thought that counts is what
it's a negative $2.
I appreciate it very much, but if it were fake, I mean, couldn't it be a $10 fake super chat?
Well, he doesn't want to set that because you know what happens? It's like when you go on a first date and you take a chick to a restaurant you really can't afford. Now she expects it.
True.
So when you actually are monetized, he'll send you $2 and he'll be like, hey, see?
Yeah. That totally makes sense.
Well played, that charming man. Well played.
Yeah.
Oh my
so we're approaching 3 hours. Do you, Joe? Do you have any other MAFVHOI topics?
I don't think so. Let me see what was left on here.
Or any follow-ups? Any updates from past topics?
We did well. We followed up on Snow White here tonight.
Snow White. We did a little crazy lady on the plane follow-up.
We did. I think that was it. I mean, we could, if you want to address that song that Ann was talking about last night, but I don't have a graphic or anything for it. But
is
Oliver Anthony, Rich Men, North of Richmond?
Oh, I don't know.
Yeah, I haven't heard that one. I said they were talking about it, but I haven't heard the actual song.
I have a question for DDLD.
But
yeah.
we can't shoot it. We can't really play it here, though, can we?
You can. You'll just get a. Well, I don't know if he has a copy. I mean, he may have a copyright. You won't get a strike. You'll just you would get, like, if you had AdSense revenue, it'll just tell you there's a copyright claim. So any money you would make would go to him, not you. You know what I mean? I like every live I have has copyright claims because I play trailers, because You know what I mean? It's copyright rights that you have to worry about, where it's telling you remove this video, you know.
Okay.
So for fair use, like fair use is a transformative content. So if you play it and you're talking about it, you're reviewing it or commenting on it, that's transformative content. So you're not just putting it out there as it's yours. You're saying, hey, what do we think of this? Let's watch this trailer. Let's do a reaction, you know, that kind of thing.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Does MAFVHOI look into magic? What are we talking about? I don't believe in any hocus pocus, whether it's religions or magic or fucking psychics or any of that shit. I don't believe in nothing. I think humans.
What about hypnosis? Hypnosis? Yeah.
Well, I
Because
mean,
I was
I
thinking about
am not
getting
big
that done.
hypnosis. I think if it happens, it's extremely rare. I think most hypnosis shit is bullshit.
Yeah, we talked about it when we were talking about the Chicago Rippers, and there was a girl that was kidnapped by them and killed, and they put a guy under hypnosis because he saw her, he said, being taken into a vehicle, but he couldn't remember the vehicle, so they hypnotized him, and he said she was taken into a convertible sports car, and she was actually taken into a conversion van. So that's how valuable hypnosis is to me.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. Margie, is there a reason you ask about hypnosis?
Yes, I would like to be hypnotized to do what I'm supposed to be doing.
What are you supposed to be doing?
Stuff that I don't want to do, you know.
Yeah, I don't think there's any magic potion. I think you just got to train yourself to do
I hate it. No, I don't want. Okay, hold on, guys. I'm going to put you on. I'm going to do this really
Well,
quick.
they have done, I mean, hypnosis, again, and I think there's probably a loose definition of hypnosis, but, you know, hypnosis apparently is used to help people to stop smoking, you know, shit like that. But
yeah, I think in the context in which, you know, they were trying to get him to remember what vehicle, that's almost repressed memory.
That's the hocus pocus shit.
Yeah, but yeah, like I think there is certain things. I mean, the mind can be manipulated. Like that charming man bringing up Sirhan, and wasn't that more tied to like MK Ultra type shit though? I thought that was in that vibe of stuff. But yeah, I think the mind can be obviously fucked with. I mean, cults, you know, and that's not
true. Cults.
Well, yes. Like, but what about, you know, those group events where you've got the hypnotist on stage, and then there's like the 6 audience members that he hypnotizes, you know. A lot of those people have turned out to be fake, but are some of them real?
I don't know.
Did I tell you guys I was raised in a cult?
What cult?
Should I share?
Yeah, why not? I mean, you can say what cult. You just don't have to give their address, you know?
Well, I don't know if I want to call it a cult, but
it sort of is.
It's a religious cult of sorts, and I was raised in it, and I do think it's impacted me to this day, in fact.
Sure.
Jehovah's Witnesses.
Oh yeah, I had a friend that was a Jehovah's Witness. He was when I first came to the States.
And if you're a Jehovah's Witness, it's all good. It's just that it didn't work for me.
His shit was a little crazy. I think they were. I've known. Well, he was but I've known. So there was a contractor I used to do work with too, and he became a Jehovah's Witness. Now he wasn't like he would leave pamphlets in my work van, you know. But he was fine. He didn't fuck with me too much.
Sorry, I'm looking at Marcus's.
Oh,
Marcus always is almost blocked with every comment he makes. Sorry.
I like that.
I find it entertaining. Please do tell DDLD, because yes, I would like to hear this, please.
No. So he would I'd leave at the end of the day, and then I'd get in my van, and there would be pamphlets in my cup holders and stuff. And but he never he never tried to push shit on me at all or anything like that, other than just leave the pamphlets there. And maybe you might want to take a look at this. And I'd be like, I really don't. But okay. But Trey, like, so well, the kid that I knew, his family was pretty fucking out there. Like, they were way out there. And I always wonder what became of. He wasn't allowed to do anything. Like,
yep, that was me.
It was like everything that, like, for instance, remember those little green army men?
Yes.
I had those, and he was not allowed to touch.
Oh yeah.
Them. Like, it was really fucking crazy.
Yeah. You can't like participate in war, and that's like
yeah, man. And it was really out there. That family was very strange. But yeah, I mean, you might want to listen. So we were talking about Westboro Baptist and Shirley Phelps Roper. Megan Roper, Shirley's daughter, defected, and she has talked. She did a TED talk about what it was like to leave the family, because when you're raised in that, it's all you know, right? And so in that world, if you defect, you're banished. You're cut.
Oh yeah, you're totally right.
Yeah,
Luckily,
and that's a Scientology thing too. That
yeah.
No,
so,
it was definitely affected. I'm sure affected me. You know what I mean? Because my dad was the one that was really into Jehovah's Witness. My mom was always kind of like, she just did it because of my dad. But he passed away when I was only 21, and then the family stopped. Being a judge, because it was all about, he was the one that was really pushing with it. But still, I think that it's just interesting. So I do watch a lot of the cult stuff that Mr. Clean's into, and that I like to watch, as well. But it's all the same. It's like coercive control.
Yeah.
And they don't, like, I watch them now, and it almost looks like they're brainwashed. It's brainwashing. You know what I mean? Because it's like, if you don't do these things, this is going to happen to you. It's total brainwashing. But
yeah, I mean, I think too, Jehovah's a little more extreme than, say, Catholicism, but it's all the same thing. Sure. It's all instilled in you at an early age, and that, you're going to pay this eternal price, and but
the difference with Jehovah's Witnesses, though, is that you cannot associate with people outside of the religion.
Right.
You know what I mean? That's where it gets weird, because it's like, no, you can only associate with other, Jehovah's Witnesses.
Yeah.
And 100%, everybody who's not a JW is going to hell, right? Or is it not even a hell? It's just that there is no entry into heaven.
If you're unaware of the truth that is Jehovah, then you're okay. If you're completely unaware and no one's ever approached you on it, then you're okay, because you just don't know. But if you are approached about it, and people try to, like, convert you and preach to you, and you still, like, discard it, then you're in trouble. Then you will die when Armageddon.
What you're saying, that contractor fucked me. Where I was, nice guy, and this son of a bitch, look what he's done to me now. Motherfucker.
What? Graduated the only Jehovah's Witness in my class. Went wild and became a cokehead, and yes, all of his kids were. See, that's the thing. They restrict you so much that you go the opposite way, and that's what happens with kids. Like, if you tell a kid, that has their own mind and ideas, that they can't do things, they're going to rebel, like, and that's what happens.
Margie, so tell us how you rebelled.
I was the worst. Just kidding. I was like, nobody's going to tell me what to do. And that's the thing, like, it makes total sense. Sticks. Schlonghammer. I have to say Schlonghammer. That's the best name ever.
Yeah, no, it sucks, man. Like, because people, that kind of shit from an early age does a tremendous amount of damage. Son of a bitch. But it does a lot of damage to people, and and
that's why we have the Margie we have
today.
It's
done beyond like, and that's the thing, I don't think people realize, like, how damaging it is to grow up like that until you're much older, and then you realize, oh wow, you know what I mean? Because you can't do anything right? Like, you know what I mean? You can't, everything you do is wrong and questioned, and it's just not, it's not a good thing. I mean, I just, yeah, that's why. And now I'm completely like, I won't participate in any religion at all. I'm like anti-religion.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, am I a atheist? Not necessarily, but I'm just kind of like, I just don't even bother. Like, you know what I mean? I don't.
More agnostic.
Agnostic. Like, I don't know what the reality is necessarily, and I don't really care. I just know that I'm here while I'm here, and then when I'm gone, right? Yeah. But I definitely don't want any organized religion at all. Like it, like I'm like, no, right? It's just,
yeah. It's kind of, because of, my position on all that, people who still believe strongly, I'm friends with a lot of people who still believe strongly. And they'll say to me, well, how can you just imagine that you're going to die and then that's it? And I'm like, well, what was it like before you were born? Tell me all about it. And they're like, well, I don't know. I wasn't, it's going to be just like that. It's going to be just like that. You're going to know you're not here. You're just not going to be here anymore. To me, it's I don't tell anybody, like, there are what they call firebrand atheists, where they have to cut down everything you believe in. I have no interest in doing that. Like, I want anybody to do whatever the fuck they want to do. Just be cool to other people. Don't be an asshole. And that's fine. But that's generally not the experience. That's the problem.
Right.
It certainly wasn't my experience in Catholic school. I always tell people that some of the most cruel individuals I ever met were teachers and nuns in Catholic school. You were talking about how you can never do anything right. That whole thing was based upon sin and confessing your sins and, kind of stuff. And,
it's a lot of guilt to carry. Yeah. And you're human, and at that age, like, you're a kid, and you know what I mean? You're just going through like normal stuff, with hormones and wanting to experience the world and all these things. You know what I mean? So yeah, it's just, it's not good.
Yeah, it's to me, it's always the same kind of thing. You watch, people who are some of the most judgmental, nasty people are doing it in the name of Christianity or God or something like that. And I prefer to just go through life, be decent to other people, let people do their thing. As long as they're not hurting people, leave them the fuck alone.
Yeah.
And that's it, man. I don't need anything other than that. I certainly don't need Catholic religion, when they make you kneel and stand and sing stupid songs.
I know. It was so interesting going from a Jehovah's Witness, because we had to go 3 times a week. It was like 5 hours every week in church. And then it was like, you're supposed to study and do all these things. Anyways, so I did experience some other churches. The Christian church, like, I kind of was like, okay, this is, at least the ones I went to. But yeah, Catholic church was so like different from anything I'd experienced. Yeah, the standing and the kneeling and all that. I was like, what is this?
It's so weird.
Yeah, that's even weird to me, because I grew up. So I'm, and Marcus, and
this is not
the same. Marcus, I am. I don't buy into organized religion. I think it's totally cool if you want to believe there's more, but I don't. I think it's weird to believe that the more is like some ethereal version of what we have of people like we are, and a God that looks like us. And
it's hard to even imagine that.
So
for sure.
And I believe that every religion that teaches, the parts of the religion that teaches good things, like those things are, I think, standard good things that we should all believe and practice anyway, without having an organized religion to tell us to do that or whatever. So I also believe that organized religion doesn't really make sense in modern society. I really don't understand people who are really in religion. To me, made sense back in the day when you needed communities and you needed groups around you that thought the same and stuff. But in modern society, I just don't really see the role of religion. And it's hard for me to understand why people succumb to organized religion, the way that some people do. If you want to believe what the core values are, awesome. But beyond that, I just don't get it in this modern day.
No, there's many people that will tell you that the organized religion today is here for the elderly and former addicts, right? Like,
yes,
primarily what it serves the purpose. There's a lot. I've had so many debates with people over just, again, the weird thing is, I'm not pushing my point of view. I'm not telling you to do anything. I'm not suggesting you're stupid. I'm not doing anything like that. I would never say any such thing like that. But it somehow feels like a confrontation to people. We had one jabroni in this community. I was sent clips that I'm on his dead list because I'm an atheist. Right?
Oh my gosh, and no way.
The funny thing is, I couldn't give a squirt of piss if I'm on his dead list. But the funny thing about it to me was, as I'm watching this, I'm twisted, I'm fucked up because I'm an atheist, but he was reading off a hate list. While he's I don't think he's a very bright person as it is anyway, but yeah, it entirely escaped him. He was completely without a sense of self in this moment, like of what he was doing. You know what I mean? And it's like, okay, well, bro, I don't come on here reading off hate lists. I don't come on here trashing people. That's not my thing. That's not my getting. And so that thing right there is my experience with a lot of these people. It's like, oh, I'm a good guy because
I can't
say this thing. You know what I mean? And it's like, well, your behavior, I don't care about words. I watch how you behave. And you can tell me.
I don't like any of it. I have and I think I'm especially like, I reject it, especially because of how I was raised, right? So like I have someone that is a Mormon that I work with. Mm-hmm. And it's very hard for me because it's just like, and I shouldn't even let it like enter my mind, but I see a lot of the things that are similar, like Jehovah's Witness, like the whole brainwashing thing. And I see it in this other person and it just like triggers me. So I have
Mormonism, Jehovah's Witness, and Scientology are three of the modern American, cults that get to call themselves religion, and they all believe some pretty crazy stuff. Honestly, I mean, look, the Mormons believe there's a planet that it's not just like a heaven. There's actually other planet that you go to, and they have their magic underwear, as we know. So,
and the thing is like this person I have to interact with on a daily basis, and like I can see that influence of the religion, like outside of even like not even talking about it. I can see the influence, and I could just detect it in this person, and it triggers me. It's like I can't deal with it, like, because I know that person is brainwashed. Is that bad? Like, so I have a really hard time with that. But anyways,
Joe, you can answer this. It's asked to you, but I'll answer it for you right now. I'll just say,
I already know who it
is. Marcus, it's someone who says they have a drama-free stream.
Yes.
Somebody who doesn't need drama because they're the most talented man. Let's just leave it at that. They don't need drama, but they seem to throw. And the best part is, no one gives a fuck about this person, but they inject themselves into everything while they don't need drama. You can do the math there, connect the dots, Marcus. Do whatever you want to do, but that's who it is. But back to what Margie was saying. I think, especially with her situation where she came up in this kind of weird thing, I think a lot of times you can get triggered you're seeing a behavior you recognize and you know what it did to you, you know, or you know how you felt about it or how the people like that made you feel. And I think you can kind of start to get over animated or over in your feelings about what you're seeing, you know. I'm kind of past that now. I used to kind of be that way, like where I'm at the point, a lot of the things too, you know, Clean, you get older in life and a lot of that shit, the dumb fuckery that you would get all angry and animated about, you know, you just go, what are you going to do? You know?
Yeah, exactly.
And
like I fought that battle a few times. It didn't really make a difference. So whatever.
Yeah. And, you know, I get to the point, I don't care to change anybody. I just care to, like I will eliminate people from my life if I feel you're toxic. You know what I mean? Like if you were somebody that was constantly coming to me about your politics or your, you know, your religion or some shit like that, and I'm not interested, then I'll just disassociate, you know. I won't try to sit and debate you if you're far gone in those, you know, aspects. I won't sit and try to, you know, what's the point?
I understand that. Charming Man says, my friend once took me to his Mormon service and they were 10 times friendlier than at Mass.
I guess he means a Catholic Mass.
Oh, so they're friendlier. Of course they're friendly because they want to get you in there.
And that's
well, Mormons are notoriously known to be friendly. Though.
I know, but it's not. It's brainwashed friendliness. I'm just kidding.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, but I'm sorry. I love Mormons, but I can't. Like,
yeah, well,
that's very triggering because I do think Jehovah's Witnesses are very similar to Mormons. I almost put them like they're like very, from what I've experienced. Don't you think so, Clean? From what you've been, because I know you've been really looking into it too.
Yeah, well, I have known a couple Mormons in person. I've never known a JW until you. So you're the only thing I have to base like besides just what I see online, you know. But you're the only personification of a JW.
It's all the same
JW
because here's the thing: we're very friendly people. When you're a Jehovah's Witness, you're very friendly people and you genuinely want to bring people into the religion because you believe it 100% that you're going to save them. And there is like a level of like, you know, just like love and humanity because you want to save people. And so like the good people, yes, they, you know, that it brings that out in them, right? They really want to help you. That's the thing. But then you have, of course, like every religion, we're all imperfect, right? So then you have messed up people in like high positions. And I think even the Jehovah's Witnesses were called out for like, you know, some of their elders, like, you know, abusing, maybe, I don't know, were they abusing kids?
There's
something's going on.
Yeah, no, the JWs, some of the elders.
Nobody's perfect. So you're trying to live up to
a lot of
standards.
religions. The leadership in a lot of religions seem to abuse children behind closed doors.
And I avoided all that. None of that happened to me. It was just more of the, you know, brainwashing and just having to meet all these expectations that were not realistic. Like nobody can live up to that.
Well, I think that's the whole. I think the design of that is that you fail, like in all these religions. Yes. If you could figure it all out, then you don't need to come back anymore. You know what I mean? So the design is that you are going to repeatedly fail. You're going to need forgiveness. You're going to need to come to and put money. Well, in the Catholic religion, you're going to need to be at church so you can put money in the donation plate so you can go to the confessional.
Exactly.
And you
know, you can set up automatic payments you know, with tithing.
Yes, you can do you can do that. But yeah, like the whole Catholic system is rigged. Like, oh, well, hold on, you can't go have communion if you haven't had confession. Like there was this whole working of things, and you had to keep, you know, working the deal. Marcus Mandela Pope is a pedo. Yeah, I mean, so you know, the previous one, before this guy was, I don't remember, was it Benedict? He just died.
Yeah, Benedict, I think.
That son of a bitch was hiding these pedos all over the place. And two documentaries. There's one called Deliver Us from Evil about Father Oliver O'Grady, which is one of the most hideous figures in Catholic history. Like, this son of a bitch, the shit that he did was he molested personally 200 boys and girls, and they kept moving him around. And one of the most heartbreaking scenes of this doc, there was a super religious guy, and he just would not believe that Father O'Grady did this. So when the church finally kicked him out, and he took him into his house where he had a daughter, and night 2, this guy started molesting his daughter.
Oh my God.
So when she became an adult and she was getting married, he couldn't enter it. He was so heartbroken and destroyed because he so believed in the Catholic Church and he believed in Father O'Grady that he's crying hysterically in the dock because he couldn't walk his own daughter down the aisle because he couldn't enter a church.
Yeah, that's what it does. It kind of destroys your whole idea of everything. Yeah.
And The Secret Keepers on Netflix, if you haven't watched that doc series, that's one to check out. That's one to check out. You know, that it's so evil and so fucked up, and you know,
I don't know.
It's a shame, but
good.
Yeah. So Oh, and when this conversation started, I was going to say, and it's hardly relevant anymore, I suppose, but I grew up in Minnesota, in a not a very religious family and not a very religious area, but yet everybody still went to church or was affiliated with a church, and it was Lutheran. Everybody was Lutheran where I was. Minnesotans, we were all freaking Lutheran, right? And it was this sort of a modern Lutheran, because once I went to a friend's Lutheran church in my senior year of high school, because I was staying or hanging out with them. I spent Christmas with them, and I was like, wait, I didn't know, I thought I was Lutheran. And when I was in church, like, we didn't have this. I went to this Lutheran church that it was all very much like a Catholic church in a way. It was like more of the old, like the hardcore Lutheran, like they did shit I never saw. And I grew up with this Lutheran church that was like, it didn't even look like a church. It was just like, you know, a nondescript building, and with Sunday school in the basement, and you know, in Sunday school we'd have our oatmeal raisin cookies and our like some orange flavored drink that was kind of like Tang, and it wasn't like a super preachy church, you know, and there wasn't like a lot of church music. It was so like casual and like kind of like whatever. We were like whatever Lutherans, I guess. So I was kind of surprised when I went to this big fancy Lutheran church where they did things that looked more like a Catholic church to me. But anyway, that was my religion as a kid. Like, nobody, like, we did it just because it was just what people did, not because anybody was really into it or really bought into it.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Yeah, can't do the religion stuff.
Yeah,
I'm glad. It's the chillest form of Christianity. Do you still go? Stick? Lutheran churches are the chillest form of Christianity. The thing is like, I do believe that it could be a good thing because it could be fulfilling, and like you go and you feel like there's maybe something, you know, I think it's more about the community. Like, okay, so I went to like a Christian church that was a little bit more laid back and chill, and they were playing music and all these things. And like, I get the whole community thing, and I think it's good and healthy, but it's just when you start going down the path of like judging others, and you know what I mean, and like, this is the only way and that kind of thing, which I don't even know if that's a thing anymore. All I know is that that's how I was raised, and it was horrible. so now I'm just
and it's
a
the
little
same,
more cautious.
Same thing for me. I don't have any current experience with the church. I just know what my experience was, and because of that, you know, I don't want anything to do. The last time I set foot inside a Catholic church, Allison's brother-in-law died, and they had a full Catholic funeral, and it had been a long time, like 20, maybe 30 years since I'd been in a Catholic church. And being in there again and watching all the procession, you know, of everything, just the way it was all playing out.
No.
I'm just like, wow,
I wanted to see Sticks. Didn't comment.
Yeah.
Where did it go?
He's got a full. I go every Sunday due to my work obligations, but not by choice. The church I have to attend just begs for money and is very monetized or modernized with fancy light sounds. It's hella stupid. Yeah. I don't bother with that. I don't have time to go to church. Jeez.
And
what is it
now
Satan
Satan himself has arrived.
Is it going to protect me from this hurricane that's coming to California right now?
No.
Did you know you guys? I'm having a hurricane in Southern California. Imagine that.
Could split the sea. You could stop a hurricane.
This is true. If that could happen.
I don't know, but we'll see.
You know, I was just in and out of the stream, and I noticed you guys were talking very freely and openly and critically of religions. I'm not even joking right now, and that's great. But this is
you're always joking.
Go ahead, Margie.
Oh, he's Saint Kindness. Did you notice his name is Saint Kindness?
Indeed.
Okay.
Please finish your thought, Kevin.
Finish your thought.
But, you know, if you criticize or comment on anything related to the Jews, they call you an anti-Semite.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
I can't say anything. Nobody can say anything. It's like, oh, he's anti-Semitic. It's like, what? Like, you know, just so everyone's clear, the Jews were not the only persecuted people during the Second World War. A lot of people, homosexuals, Gypsies, Serbians, Turks, a lot of people were massacred. And yes, it's a terrible, terrible thing that the Jews went through the Holocaust. It is. But that does not exclude them from criticism. Everyone can be criticized. And you'll often find me saying things about Zionism. And Zionism has little to do with Judaism. So if I say I don't support Gal Gadot because she's a Zionist, then that's not because she's a Jew, because a lot of Jews are not Zionists. And actually, the ex-commander of the IDF right now is saying that the West Bank looks like Nazi Germany, judging by the way the Israelis are treating the Palestinians.
This is true. Good. But when you say she's a Zionist, does that mean bad actress? Because I agree. I'm here for that statement. You know,
my family's worried about me. They're texting and asking if I'm okay in California due to the hurricane. The hurricane hasn't hit yet.
Hasn't come yet.
Tell them you're fine. You're on a goddamn stream.
By the way, I tried to get a picture for you. I was stuck in traffic yesterday, Kevin, and I was next to the Quran mobile. Yeah. And dude, it was fucking crazy. It was this big Mercedes Streamliner van, completely vinyled up with the Quran mobile, and the imam that was driving. Dude, this motherfucker, his beard was so big and so white, man. And I was talking to Aram, and I'm like, I'm trying to get a picture of this fucking thing. But right as I got ready to take the picture, the traffic pattern shifted, and then he was behind me.
Well, Marcus is saying about Islam, like, I don't know what idea people have of me that I'm first of all, I am Muslim, but I'm as Muslim as, I don't know how to pray. I've never been to a mosque except for a funeral. The 3 times I've been to Islamic funerals. And there's no Quran in my house. My parents are not religious. My grandparents are not religious. And you'll be hard-pressed to find any Iranians, actually, that are even religious. I was at at a wedding a couple weeks ago, and there was this Iranian couple that just came from Iran like 4 years ago. And I asked him, I said, how Muslim are Iranians these days? He's like, what? He's like, none of us are Muslim. It's the show. And if anyone's been following me, they know that I protest the Islamic regime. I protest them. I hate them. I hate them. So I don't know. Like, you can criticize Islam, Judaism, Christianity, any sect of it. It doesn't matter. I don't dislike religions, but I'm definitely against any sort of meddling of church and state.
Yeah. Oh,
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Definitely.
That's going back to what I'm saying. Like, I don't care what you believe. Just don't tell me I have to believe it. I don't even want to hear what your thoughts are as it pertains to me. You know, I don't care. Like, you do your thing, be the best whatever you can be. Leave me out of your fucking business. You know, that's
well, yeah, and you know, without getting overly political, but this is political by its very nature. Like, this country it seems to be going backwards in that way. We keep getting more religious shit infused into our politics and government and laws, and you know, Florida just keeps cranking it up with it.
And
too.
Meanwhile, Florida's suffering biblical plagues of leprosy and fucking. It's bizarre. I mean, if you really want to look at it from that point of view, that's kind of odd that all these supposedly put away diseases are suddenly resurfacing in Florida right now and becoming problems. You know, so
and they're overrun with serpents. You know, because of all the pythons and boa constrictors that were released in like the Everglades and shit, and like, there's so they're also overrun with serpents.
Yeah, if we get a plague of locusts, they're really fucked.
You mentioned Imam, right?
Yeah.
I have this memory when I was in high school. I got into a fist fight with this Afghan kid, and you know, Afghanistan is like right next to Iran. We speak a very similar language. We're the same religion, all that, right? So a very similar culture. So the principal was this old white lady, and she was the vice principal, very nice lady. And me and that kid, we were like known for like getting into fights with other kids too. So like we were like the troublemakers in that school. So she sat us down and said, you know, I'm gonna bring in an imam to speak with both of you. And I was like 16 years old, right? So I didn't think anything of it at the time. But then I thought
you're bringing in my mom?
They brought a red-bearded imam. Did I tell you this story, Melina?
Oh my God.
This is in Canada. This is fucked up. They brought an imam, and he came and he sat down, and he started talking about. He's like, you know, Kevin, you're older. You have to look out for your younger brother. And dude, the guy started crying. He got so passionate, and he's like, I want you guys to forgive each other. And we hugged, and it was a very nice experience. And really, the guy was a very nice guy. He didn't talk about religion at all. But thinking back, how dare this principal assume, you know, like it crosses so many HR boundaries there.
Yeah.
You know, like, and I'm not even that old. I'm 33, right? So this was like 16, 17 years ago this happened.
Yeah.
That's
so
crazy.
I can't even imagine. Like, but well, my school was
I hate how young you are.
These imams, right? You know, every single mosque or church that I've been to, they have these imams, but they're like the youth pastor, right?
Mm.
Like I remember I went to a church once. I had these Filipino customers, and they all lived in this cul-de-sac. And I ended up selling all 4 of them, 4 neighbors next to each other, brand new HVAC systems. They were all friends, and they all went to the Iglesia church. So they said, Kevin, well, in their accent, Kevin, you have to come to church on Sunday. I said, but I'm saying I'm not Christian. I said, it's okay. You have to come to church. You love Christ. You love God, right? I said, yeah. I said, come. I said, okay. So I went over there, and man, they had songs and dancing and music, and the guy was preaching all these beautiful things, like undeniably, universally beautiful things he was saying, this pastor up there. Like the minister, he was talking about, you know, love and respect, and then, you know, what they do at the end of the sermon, everyone turns to you and says, good morning, right? And I'm like, wow, this is good. It's such a good feeling. Then it's okay, now we're going to feed you. I said, oh my God, dinner and a show. They take you to the cafeteria and they start feeding you food, good food. I'm like, wow, this is great. Then this old white guy came, and he's like, "Are you?" And I was stuffing my face with food, and all the Filipino people were showing me love, and all of a sudden the pastor came, and he's like, "So are you enjoying your meal?" And I'm like, "Oh, yes, sir." And he says, "Well, should I sign you up for 3 times a week you're going to visit, or just you're going to start out with 2?" I'm like, and that's the closer that they set out to get people. And I'm like, but what can I say? I mean, the guy really believes in what he's selling, right?
Yeah.
And so what am I? Oh, he's a bad person? No, the guy believes it. And this is what I used to teach my sales team. I said the greatest salesman are these pastors, because the number one thing to sell is belief. So these guys are unchangeable. How many debates have you seen between an atheist and a Muslim, a Jew and a Christian? Nobody wins. It's always like at the end of it, they're just more certain in their own faith.
Yeah.
So this guy is going up there, and he believes, like to the bottom of his very core, he believes. And even the story of Jesus, I'm sorry to ramble, but even the story of Jesus is a story of the greatest, with all due respect to all the Christians. It is a story of the greatest salesman who ever lived.
Mm-hmm.
That is what Jesus Christ represents for me. This is a man who took this phrase, belief is the greatest glory, to the fullest level. And he says, guys, there's a God, and he told me this, and I am his son, I am God. And he's like, you guys got to follow me. And then a couple people said, okay, then a few more. And then some people said he was crazy. He's like, I'll fucking die for this, bro. Are you kidding me? This is a salesman. This happened 2,000 years ago. And to this day, it is like one of the dominant religions of the world.
Oh, yeah.
That's
sales right there.
Yes, it is.
That sells, baby. That
sells.
The
certainly he was a salesman, I guess, but the biggest salesmen were the ones that followed him, that created the story of him that we know today.
Well, you're saying it was the greatest multi-level marketing organization ever created.
Yes.
Yes.
Well, and some of them sold each other out, and they were like, "Fuck you," because there were more than I see. This is how not religious I am. Like, what are their names? What are they called? Were they the disciples?
The apostles.
The apostles, the people who wrote the books, the Johns and the Marks and whatever. Like, there were a bunch of others who wrote the books too who didn't make it, because these guys were like the fucking shady cutthroat executives, like, who cut the other exec out.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely.
But do you guys ever look at religious people and are envious of them?
No, never. I feel bad for them. I feel like they are brainwashed. I think if you have a touch of it, it's okay. But once you start getting extreme, no, I start feeling like maybe you're brainwashed.
I actually heard Penn Jillette, because I always felt like, I'm not. I hear people say that all the time. I wish I had your faith. Like, I wish I had that. I hear people say that all the time. And Penn Jillette, I actually heard him say one time, he's like, why do people say that? And I'd always say that to myself. Like, why do you say that? If you left religion, if you've walked away from it, why are you telling somebody that you wish that you had their faith? You had the opportunity to have their faith, and you chose not to. And he was kind of saying the same
I think
thing.
it's, yeah.
Yeah, like, why do you want to have it? I mean, if you want to have it, go have it. Go be
exactly. And that's the thing. I cannot be on the fence. I've got to be you know what I mean? And that's the thing with religion, especially Jehovah's Witnesses, and I've even seen it with Mormons. They're on the fence, they believe it, but they can't live it, and they're in this torment situation. You know what I mean? That they're never good enough, and they're not a good Mormon, and they're not a good, you know what I mean? So that's tough. I can never be that way. It's you gotta one way or the other, right?
It's deranged. I mean, if you really think about it objectively, right? So you're God, you're this omnipotent, like timeless being. You can create worlds, you can do all these things, and you create these flawed creatures, and you demand obedience and perfection from them. And if they don't live up, and they can't live up, they can't be what you want them to be, because you've created them to love. You've created them to want to have sex and fornicate.
Yes.
You've created them to do all these things. And then it's like, well, now I'm going to let you burn in a lake of fire for all of eternity. That's deranged. That's psychopathic.
Is it something personal, really? Oh, I guess it is something personal, like Fernando's saying.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe he's not comfortable talking about it. And it is personal for sure. I'm just sharing my experience that mine was a very brainwashing kind of situation. And I don't think it did me any good. Like, I don't. Like, coming out of it now, I realized that it was actually detrimental, and it didn't serve me very well, to be honest. And you know what I mean? And I don't like saying that because my dad believed in it heavily. And like, I love my dad. He was a good dad. You know what I mean? He died, young, but anyways, he was a good dad. But coming out of that, I don't think that religion did me any favors, because I'm already a pretty nice, decent human being. I try to do the right thing. You know what I mean? I don't think it made me any better of a human being necessarily. Maybe because I don't know. But my point is I don't think it did me any favors. It actually hurt me in a lot of ways, because it made me try to live up to something that I could never live up to ever. Like, and if you look into the Jehovah's Witness and even Mormonism, I don't know exactly, but you can't, like, as a kid growing up and you're wanting to do all the things that other kids do, no, you can't do anything. Everything, you can only hang out with these people. You cannot do these. You know what I mean? It was so restrictive. It was damaging. In fact, I think it was damaging.
I would think it would be. And to Fernando's point, like, that's why I was
You're
saying,
damaged goods.
I have friends of all different religious backgrounds. We just doesn't. What's that?
We're just
religious baggage.
Yes, I have. I carry religious baggage. But no, we just, I mean, I know what they are. They know what I am. We don't debate each other. We just respect what each other is.
And honestly, I respect everybody for their own religion. Absolutely, 1,000%. I do. I like, if your experience is your experience, I'm just sharing my experience, and I don't think it was a good.
My idea of heaven is me up on a cloud with a guy playing the harp and watching all my friends.
Well, what's wrong with that?
Jehovah's Witnesses don't believe in heaven. You will never.
The thing is, what I was referring to with the envy thing. It's like, I remember when I was in martial arts, it was very comforting, and it was a very cult-like experience. My martial arts experience, like the master was like our god, and we were like his disciples, and then the students were like our flock. And it was so comforting to have that structure and to have a leader and to bow to someone and to know that, like, everything is okay with our leader, right? That's how we always felt. And it was empowering because he told you, Kevin, go do this, go smash your head through that concrete block. It was like, yes, master. And you would do it because you had so much faith in him. It was comforting. And I would imagine that, like, a Christian who goes to church and believes in his priest and the Lord, it must be very comforting to have that structure. It must be very comforting.
Yeah, no, I would think it is. I just, there's no way for me to have that. Like, I went through all of that and it just didn't work for me. And the people I encountered certainly didn't work for me. And so, like, yeah, what you're describing there, if it gives you that sense of security and comfort, and that is what religion is to a lot of people, that would be cool. But I know that I don't find that there. So
I think if it helps you deal in this world, do it.
Yeah. I mean, and for some people, they need that kind of guidance, and they need the threat of a punishment in an afterlife. There are people that without that, they would probably do some pretty horrible shit.
Or they need it like addicts, right? Ex-addicts. They need religion. That's like the only thing that gets them better in a lot of cases. So I think it's a good thing for people, right? But
most of the laws that North America, like Canada and the US, like most of our laws and our constitution are based off of Christian values, right? And it's a lot of it has to do with God and the Bible. So do you guys think humans would be able to create laws of right and wrong without religion? Do you guys think that's possible?
I cut out for a minute. What were you saying?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Oh,
I
I'm
think
frozen.
so. But
I was saying,
oh no, you're frozen. Look at him. He looks so cool sitting there.
I was asking if you guys think that people, like civilizations, would create the same laws that we have now of like what is right and what is wrong without the Bible, without the testaments. Do you think we would still come to these conclusions of like murder is wrong, cheating is wrong, all this stuff?
Yes.
I think so.
Because we all react the same to murder and cheating and all those things. That's a human, right? It's like a human contract. Like, yeah.
Well, and it tells you that maybe there's a reason that, pretty much every religion shares some of these, most of these core rights and wrongs, because it's our natural human instinct to believe these are right and wrong anyway. So, I mean, look, if there were religions, excluding some small cuckoo culty thing, but if there were world religions that had different beliefs with those core values, like murdering is totally cool. We do it all the time, man. It's awesome. Like, and if and whatever, cheating, murder, all the big stuff. If there was a religion that turned it all on its head, then maybe you could say that those are not standard human values that we would all share. But I think all the religions have that, although a lot of the religions still will justify, they'll people who abide by the religion will murder in the name of religion, and and believe that it's perfectly acceptable, suicide bombers and whatnot, right? So
I think religion was originated from just I think it was a construct of like people to make sense of things, like,
well, yeah.
But
and
I
that's
think
why I was saying
it's I think it's just innate that we know we don't want to murder each other, we don't want to cheat on each other.
That's why I said earlier that there was a time in the ancient days where religion made sense. Like, I get why there was religion. I don't get it in modern society.
But here's the thing. But at the same time, excuse me, I do think that if it helps you
cope,
like if it makes you happy and it brings you peace, I'm totally for it. Like, do it. You know what I mean? Like, that's the thing. It's just not for me personally. And in my specific religion, I do think it did more damage than good. Like, that's reality. And
I'm sorry, I cut you off. No, you finish your thought. Sorry.
I was just saying, I just thinking, like, as my experience as a Jehovah's Witness growing up, I just think that it did maybe more damage than good.
The best door-to-door salesman I ever had was actually a Jehovah's Witness Korean.
Why do you think I'm in sales?
Yeah. So, but
I'm a product of my religion.
Because they knock doors, Clean, right? But Clean, what did you grow up with any religion?
No. So yeah, before you came on, I was saying a little bit about my history. Like a very modern, low-level, chill Lutheran, Minnesota Lutheran. Where the churches didn't even look like churches, and the what did we call them? The preachers, but the pastors were not like fire and brimstone. They were super chill, just nice, and they just, it didn't feel overly religion-y, but we also weren't terribly religious. It was like more of like, this is just what everybody does, so we're there. Like I went to Sunday school and whatever. And by the time I was like 12, or even 11 probably 11, I was like, Mom, this is dumb. You don't even go to church. You're making me go to Sunday school. I'm not going anymore. She was like, okay. And that was it. Yeah.
Yeah. I didn't grow up with any religion at all. I don't even remember my parents talking to me about it. Like I remember finding out later. I asked them, and my mom was like, yeah, I guess, if we have to do something, we're gonna say that. But
what the hell?
I didn't grow up with any sort of religion, actually.
Well, that's good for you. What about now?
No, I'm not anything.
Do you go to church? Do you pray? Are you religious? What about
No, nothing.
Your fiance?
Well, my girlfriend.
Is she your fiance yet?
No, not yet.
Oh.
But she's they're Serbian Orthodox. They're Christians. Right?
Oh, okay.
But I feel like a lot of Serbian Orthodox people, they're culturally religious.
So
as far as
they have their saint day.
Yeah, their saint day. This is the best religion ever. Okay? Because every family has a saint, and every saint has its day, and so all year you're at these saint day celebrations, and it's like food and booze and music, and I'm like, this is great. Like I could get used to this.
And again, break out the Schlivovitz, right?
Yeah. So she asked me the other day. She was like, "Are we gonna raise our kids with any sort of religion?" I was like, "No, I don't want to." And she's like, "Well, I want to introduce you to them." And I'm like, "Milena, come over here, please."
Is he back?
And Clea is here. And I don't know. I don't think I want to raise them with any sort of.
I was looking for Jodan.
No, what's the plan when we have kids? What are you gonna say? Are they gonna be Muslim or Serbian Orthodox or nothing? Or?
I'm going to be neutral.
Let me see. What's her name again? Melania.
Yeah, Melania.
No. It's Melania. No. Wait. Let me try again.
Melena.
Okay. Can I see her really quick and say hi?
I just got into my pajamas.
She's not decent.
Oh, okay. Next time.
Decent.
Next time.
That's right.
Well, no, I was asking you a question. Like, what's the plan with these children?
They're going to be neutral, but I'm going to teach them about Easter and we're going to celebrate Easter and Christmas and everything in between, Persian New Year and anything else.
But Persian New Year has nothing to do with Islam.
I would like my kids to believe in God. What God they choose, that's on them.
Okay.
Melena.
Bible in the house?
Do I have one in here?
I don't know. Maybe you're hiding it somewhere.
No.
Secretly sprinkling holy water on me while I sleep.
Yes.
Well, that's that.
Wait, I was
breakthrough in our future parenting. Right, clean live stream.
When are you guys gonna get started? You got to make it.
She was late the other day, and I told her, I'm like, listen, if you're pregnant, it's totally fine. I was telling Clean about this. I said, listen, if you're pregnant, it's cool. Keep it. No problem.
No, because for me, it was 35. As a woman, you gotta do it.
Mm-hmm. Then what happened?
I didn't do it. No. I made the choice not to. But I'm just saying, if you want kids, you got to do it by 35. Is the healthiest kind of situation. I'm just saying.
I agree with you 100%. I completely agree with you. I'm 100% in agreement. The earlier, the better, actually.
Yeah, because you just have I guess it's just a healthier situation, and then from there, it's all downhill. Okay. Well, Mr. Clean does not like that. Sorry. I'm just talking about childbearing. If you want to have a kid,
if you two are the spokespeople for what life looks like after 30, I can't wait. Honestly, if I get to look like Mr. Clean, Mr. Clean is more handsome than me, and I'm 25 years younger than him.
No. It just depends what you want to do.
Yeah, Mr. Clean, you're 25 years older than me.
Oh shit. Wow. That's crazy. That is a lot older. Look at that picture.
Am I?
Did you see Mr. Clean's modeling pictures?
Yeah, I have copies of them by my nightstand next to some hand cream and tissue boxes. But I love everybody.
Did you know it's Mr. Clean's birthday on? Let's tell everybody.
Tuesday. On Tuesday.
August 22nd, Tuesday, Mr. Clean's birthday.
Are you excited?
Am I excited? I don't get super excited. I mean, it's a birthday. It's another day.
Do you have anything planned?
I'm not anti-birthday. I'm not like some people are like, oh, like, no, I'm not like that. I mean, it's my birthday, and if anybody knows it's my birthday and they want to say happy birthday and they want to give me a gift, fucking awesome. I'll accept it. But I'm not like I'm not like making a thing. I'm not like there's not a thing for my birthday. So
do you have anything planned? Are you gonna go out for dinner or something? Nothing?
No.
You're gonna be sober on your birthday.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It'll be probably the first time I've been sober on my birthday since I was 18.
Wow. Now that's a great way to start your year. You know what I always tell myself? Because people sometimes they wait like for the new year for a resolution or their birthday or the beginning of a week. I always say that every second is the first moment of the rest of your life. So what a great way to enter into the new year, because it is your year, right? Then to be healthy, at least in terms of alcohol. You're going to be healthy. You're starting off on the right foot.
Yeah, he is.
That's
yes.
great.
That's amazing. How long for you, Kevin? How long have you been sober now?
Tuesday will be 5 months and 2 weeks.
That's amazing.
Yeah, it's all right.
And yeah, actually Tuesday is my
get up and work out for us.
My
Kevin.
Non-drinking. So Tuesday's not only my birthday, it'll be I think 6 weeks for me.
Oh, you started on a Tuesday too?
Yeah.
Oh, so we get to celebrate together, bro. Every Tuesday we'll celebrate. I'll text you every Tuesday, like, yo, we made another week.
I think it was a Tuesday. It might have been a Monday, but I think I've been thinking it was a Tuesday, so it's Tuesday now. So yeah, I think it'll be 6 weeks for me this Tuesday. So all right, Tuesdays. There should be a name for it.
I'm proud of you both.
I don't know what the name is, so. What?
Let's see.
Margie, are you going to join us on Tuesday, not drinking?
I'm thinking of a name for you guys.
I'm thinking too.
I think maybe it's fecal ood.
Nice. Oh my God, you guys! I have some like freaking fecal ood samples, decants, tinctures. Smell with you guys on stream.
Shit.
I have shit. I have shit. Yes, I do. In fact, my Darren Allen stuff he sent me, like, dude,
is it poopy?
If you ever want to smell some really good tinctures, and Darren Allen has some really good stuff. He sent me like deer musk, and I don't know. I have all kinds of other castoreum. I think a bunch of other like shit notes. Are you tired? Because that's not gonna. No, you gotta wake up, wake up, wake up. Go drink some coffee.
It's almost midnight. I mean, I should be tired.
Okay, well, it's early for me.
You should do a stream on your birthday, Clean.
Oh, happy pre-birthday, Clean!
People.
I sent Clean some perfume.
Yeah.
Is that okay to say?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
Well, you what? You bought him some perfume for his birthday?
Maybe.
That's sweet of you. What is the best birthday gift you guys have ever received in your life?
Oh, okay. I'm gonna think about it. Oh, that's kind of sad to think about.
I can't really think of one that was so like amazing that it's memorable.
I got some good birthday gifts before.
A lump of coal. A can of beans. I'm kidding.
Shut up. You've had good birthday gifts. Come on.
Yeah, but no, never have. I don't think I've ever received an extravagant birthday gift. Say,
That's too bad.
One of my favorite gifts I ever got, I don't think it was my birthday. It was just like off the cuff. Okay, you know those bags that you hang inside of a suit of a suitcase? Like it's like a little bag.
A garment bag?
Yeah, not a garment bag. It's for like toiletries and little stuff.
Oh,
you put it inside of the suit. It has a handle and it kind of hangs inside the suitcase. So you know those crossbody bags that everybody wears now, right? And like I have a lot of stuff. So I have like my battery. What is it called? This power bank. Yes. I had cell phones. I had keys, like 4 different sets of keys, because I don't like putting keys on one keychain. Like everything gets its own keychain.
Yes.
Car keys only have.
I expect that from you, Kevin.
Yeah. So everything was organized, and I had this whole bunch of shit, and I'd carry it in one of these suitcase bags. And so I would go to restaurants dressed up, and I would carry this fucking bag, and my girlfriend was like, "What the fuck?" She's laughing, right? I said, "What the fuck is this thing you carry around with yourself?" I'm like, "What? It's good. It's leather, you know." And she's like, "Yeah, but it's obvious that's for the inside of the suitcase, because the way the handle was, it was kind of like at an acute angle, so that when it hangs, it displays itself to the user."
Oh. Yeah.
So one day she just came and she's like, "I bought you this Lululemon crossbody bag."
Do you have it?
Yeah, it's in the bedroom.
Oh my God, they're the best. Does it kind of like, is it like a fanny pack?
Yeah.
Yes, those are great.
I never wear it across my.
Where do you wear it?
I don't wear it. I just carry it in my hand.
I gotta see it. Can you show us? I'm sorry. I think this is funny, and it's entertaining.
I don't know why that's funny.
I don't know why it's funny either.
Because I have to see how a guy holds a fanny pack. I'm sorry. It's kind of funny because I'm all about the fanny pack. I have a fanny pack and I wear it like crossbody like this when I go for walks. Okay? They're very convenient. No, I believe everybody should carry one because it's very convenient.
This is it right here.
Nice. See? Okay. Yeah. And how do you carry it?
You can wear it like this if you want.
Yeah.
I go like this.
Let's see how you carry it. Okay.
You should strap it.
Perfect.
Why don't you?
Are you flexing right now, Kevin? Are you flexing?
No, I swear to God, I'm not flexing. But, no, I'm on stream every day. If I was gonna flex, it's gonna look stupid.
Okay. All right. I'm just having fun.
I just carry it like this, but I don't like to wear it because I feel like people think it's like, oh, I'm a cool guy. Look at me, you know. Oh, I'm a cool guy. I don't like looking like one of those guys.
What if you have it over just one shoulder?
But see, I disagree. It doesn't. Wait, that's in your head. You're making up that story, Kevin.
I want to see this. No, it's not.
If I see somebody wearing it, I just think,
that. I think that's good.
I think it's just practical.
No, but I don't like looking like a millennial, you know?
I don't think that looks millennial. And like, what's more comfortable for you? Is it bothersome to carry it like that?
Actually, to be honest, I just realized I don't actually walk around with it. I keep it in my car, and then I take the things I need out. So like, I have a few wallets in here. Check it out. I have like a bunch of different wallets. Right, one
for all your different identities.
3 wallets. So I take the wallet that I need. No, seriously, I take the one that I need. I put that in my pocket. I keep a little bit of cash. I put that, and then
That's fake money.
What kind of money is that?
That's Canadian
That's
money.
crazy money. Oh my God, that's fancy.
Isn't it?
Our money
beautiful?
doesn't. That is pretty money.
It's really cool. Yeah, our money is pretty boring compared to a lot of the rest of the world.
That's Sir Robert L. Borden, one of our prime ministers.
Ooh,
And then, I just take it out. And in here, I keep like all my different keys. You know, some hand sanitizer.
Good for you.
By the way, this is a great scent from Bath and Body Works.
Oh, it has a sunshine note.
And Mr. Clean, this will be nice for you to see.
Is that your cinnamon
Fire
bun?
and ice. Do you ever chew them
Oh,
together?
man.
Because
I have the best.
I
cinnamon
love
bun
the combination
recommendation.
of mint and cinnamon. I don't understand why there's not more
cinnamon.
cinnamons.
Yeah, cinnamon is the best for killing bad breath.
I love cinnamon. I love cinnamon. I have a really good cinnamon gum recommendation, in fact.
This stuff is great.
What is that?
You might think it's chapstick, but it's not. This is, you go like this.
Ah. It's a little menthol inhaler thing.
Ooh. Does it like wake you up?
Yeah.
Okay, I need that. Oh, the dollar bills, I give them big. Like they've been run through a G-string. I know. Our money is not that nice money.
Well,
it looks like a butt plug.
U.S. money is iconic. It's like universal.
I actually thought the same thing, Marcus. I'm just saying.
It is. You're right. It is iconic. It's classy looking in a way. I mean, it somehow looks more important and official. But like your money and so much money in the rest of the world looks more creative and fun and exciting.
Yeah, you know, Canadian money is quite beautiful, and they keep changing, right? Like. And the quality, it can't be torn or anything. It's like it's a plastic material.
Would you ever move away from Canada?
No, never.
That's awesome.
Never. I wouldn't even leave my neighborhood, to be honest with you.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
I love my neighborhood, but California is, a whole nother story, kind of, sort of. But the weather, I'm not going anywhere because the weather is perfect. So why would you leave somewhere with perfect weather? Other than this hurricane that's coming through, apparently. We have a hurricane coming, Kevin.
I know. We've talked about this on the stream together already.
Yeah.
I hope you stay safe.
I hope so, too.
Yeah. Meaningless conversation 101.
Maybe it's time to kill the stream. We're at 4 hours.
You're doing great, man. You're doing great.
I'm gonna stay. Can you just leave me here because I'm still bored and I'm wide awake.
Margie, it's Saturday night.
I'm awake. It's early. It's only 9:52. How about you just leave me here? What?
It's Saturday night. A fetching minx like you. What the hell are you doing at home with a couple of old lumps of coal like Clean and I?
I'm actually perfectly fine. I didn't go out. Look it. So I'm here and it's only 9:53 in the evening. That's early.
Yeah, I don't know what? I don't even know what I'm saying. I don't even like going out. Like I don't even like it.
Exactly. Why leave the house?
Why leave the house? Sometimes I ask
Are you tired? Clean? Do you need to go clean? Are you pooped?
Well, I'm not pooped, but I'm not bouncing off the walls or anything.
You guys ever had these chocolate covered mangoes? They're delicious. Costco sells them.
No.
No.
I don't normally have mango things. I'm not a mango guy.
I freaking love
I don't
mangoes are bad.
I don't.
Oh my god! You know
mango,
how I like my mango? I like my mango with a little bit of lime juice. That's the best.
That is good.
Because otherwise, mango is just like all sweet, right? You need a little tang to it. So I like a little lime juice on my mango.
Let me show you something.
Let me try it.
This is what my lady made for dinner last night. How do I lock the screen here?
Clean, do you want me to let you go so you can I could start. What is that? Oh,
it was like
wow.
a Thai.
That looks delicious.
Like a Thai curry chicken.
Oh my God, I would eat that up. White rice? You got to have it with white.
Yeah, white rice. It's right there in the picture. It's in the top of the picture.
Yes.
And then she made a mango salad.
Oh my God, that looks so good.
And
were there like almonds in it or some kind of
cashews and peanuts?
Oh my
God,
fancy. That sounds amazing.
This is how she cooks every night. Every night she cooks.
I'm too hyper? Okay, fine. Am I a little hyper?
No, you're perfect.
This guy says I'm too hyper. He can't deal with me.
That guy's a racist. Don't even pay attention to him. IG guy. Hey, egg. Stop being a damn...
He's a racist and he's a hyper active hater. Anyway, but that looks really good.
Hey, Rudy's here.
Hi, Rudy. Rudy, come on. Oh my God, that would be so cool. Rudy, get your ass on here. I don't think I've ever been on this stream with Rudy. Anyways, no pressure. No pressure. No pressure.
So Margie, what did you do today? What did you eat? Tell us all about it. Tell about your day.
Not good.
Tell us.
Okay, so here's the deal. I'm getting ready for this hurricane coming, right? Hurricane coming to Southern California. So I went to the store. Well, first of all, I went and checked that I had flashlights and candles. And I'm fully equipped with working flashlights and candles. So that's done. And then I just wanted to make sure I had some food in the fridge and stuff to eat. Because the rain can start tomorrow into Monday. So I may not want to go anywhere.
We heard about your hurricane prep earlier. She also tried to put together a chair and had a fail.
Oh my God. I have a standing desk now, Kevin. I bought a standing desk. What they don't tell you is that you also need to have a chair for your standing desk.
What the heck?
Yes, because you get tired
of standing.
So, what? Oh, yes. Well, you need to come back up here because that's been a long time ago, Rudy. So, and I need Rudy to tell me if I ever need to have another Chanel less exclusive in my whole life, because that's been my biggest dilemma lately. Because their prices are just going. Anyways, you guys don't know. So, what were we talking about?
We don't know. We're heathens compared to you, Margie.
You are heathens. You're a total heathen.
Chanel less exclusive.
Do you have any less exclusives?
No.
Exactly.
You're better.
I'm totally kidding. No, but they raised their price lately or recently, so I have to decide if I want another one or not.
Margie's perfume flexing now. Do you have any less?
Oh my God, this is the most. Kevin, this is the most beautiful perfume ever.
What's that called?
It's Chanel 31 Rue Cambon.
Rue Cambon. I've never been on that street.
Oh my God, it's like a chypre, but it's like a modern chypre, and it's very soft and feminine, and oh my God, it's so good. It's seriously the best perfume ever. Anyway, so they raised their price. This is a 75 ml. Yes. And it went up from $250, I believe, to $300. These are $300 now for this little bottle. I mean, I guess it's not that bad, but
don't say that's
no.
Bad.
It's really not. Like if you compare it to niche stuff, they're all about that same price range. So this is, like I said, 75 mil, $300. I paid $300 for a 50 mil of this one. This was $300. This is Hera, and I never wear it. I love it. Like I love Papillon, but
relative. I mean, if you go for a dinner for two with wine,
this is actually really freaking good.
dinner for two with wine and appetizers and cocktails and dessert and coffee, it's easily $300, right? And
that's what I'm saying. I equate everything to eating out. If you're gonna like literally eating out, is that expensive? Now I went and had a salad and like a beer. Anyways, and it was like almost $50. So if you equate it to that, it's not that. What? Clean looks very disappointed in me right now.
No, he doesn't. He's just listening. We're all listening to you.
Oh, he looks disappointed. Are you disappointed in the fact that I
judgment, Margie?
All right.
Like,
oh my God, I agree with you, Rudy. This is so good. Okay, Rudy, just tell me. No, seriously, I'm at a point right now where I'm trying to decide if I need any more less exclusives. And I'm feeling like I don't. Like, okay, if I were to buy any other less exclusives, it would probably be Queer. What
Queer to Russi?
Yeah,
Queer to Russi and 19. Right?
Yeah,
Queer to Russi 18.
18.
Those are the only other two.
Kevin stopped at 17.
Oh my God, this is seriously the best perfume I've ever smelled in my whole life. Is that enough of a description for you? Kevin, look at Kevin.
I'm just listening. You're like having your own stream right now, and I'm loving it.
I know I need my own stream. I need to kill this and have my own perfume stream because I only really wanted
to talk perfume.
Okay, that's it. It's going to happen. 1957. Okay, but another one because I need two. Rudy, no, one more.
Why do you need?
No, wait, hold on. I want to know if I should get Queer to Russi or 18 or just stick with 1957. I'm totally cool because that was another one that I was considering.
You know what this is called, Mr. Clean?
What?
Champagne problems.
Yeah.
What is it? Champagne problems?
Yeah.
You have what we call champagne problems.
No, this is the least of my problems. This is all good stuff. I want to know what perfume I should get. What? I'm sorry. I'm annoying. I know. But I do. This has actually been on my mind, so it's kind of important. And Rudy understands. There are some elevated desk stands, Margie, where you could put everything, laptop, mouse, and keyboard. Just yes, I have that. I have that, Fernando, but it's the chair. If you saw the state of my... I tried to put the chair together today. Okay, so I needed to get... What?
I'm just laughing at Marcus's comment. I've smelt Nice 10. That is some... Have you guys smelt Nice 10?
I have not. I thought
I
might like it, and then I've heard enough now to think it might be too much IBQ that I might not.
You won't like it, Clean. Rich Mitch sent me a sample.
Okay.
Rich Mitch sent me a sample of it. It's like
Rich Mitch sent you something?
Listen, you guys are
I'm offended.
I am season 1. Know your place, Margie. I've known Rich Mitch for years. Way before anybody was...
Have you met him, though?
In real life? No, he lives in Wales.
I know.
Scotland or whatever.
This is actually pretty good.
But he sent me Nice 10. It's a very, very potent leather fragrance. Like very, very potent.
Really?
Harsh fragrance. It's
That's what I understand. I'm down with leather, but I also I understand it's heavy on the IBQ. So, and I don't need all that.
Wait, is that a vintage? Kevin, is it a vintage that you smelled?
It's an old fragrance. I don't know if it's a vintage formulation.
Yeah, I think it is. It's got to be because I don't think they make it anymore, right?
Like the 50s or something.
Okay.
Yeah.
Marcus has the greatest chat comments. Hey, Marcus, have you ever been on a live? Marcus, would you ever consider coming on as a guest? Can I talk you into doing that? Will you break a live stream cherry and come on my stream on a Saturday?
You got to talk into it.
Anyway, I don't know what I'm going to do about this I'm about to walk away from Chanel Less Exclusive. Seriously. Okay, so main event is on.
Oh, Marcus, you'll do it. You'll do it for me. Awesome.
Rudy, you didn't tell me which one I should.
We're now connected on Instagram, so let's find a Saturday that works for you. You're usually here in the chat every Saturday, so I'm going to guess maybe any Saturday might work. Let's do it, dude. Let's do it next Saturday.
Night, Mark. We need a shoe of the night. We need a shoe of the night.
I have wedges on.
Is it a sexy wedge?
Of course.
Here we go. Here we go. Look at those walnut floors. Is that laminate or hardwood?
It's actually not. It's tile.
Oh, it's a walnut pattern tile. Beautiful.
Yeah, I got my flooring's all about dogs because I didn't want a dog. You know, I wanted very dog friendly flooring. I had like 4 at one time, but now I only have 1. So, anyways, but here's my shoes. They're wedges, Kevin. Hold on.
Nice.
She did do this earlier, but I'm sure nobody minds her doing it again.
But he can't really see me anyway, so hold on. How do we do this, Clean? You're not very helpful.
I don't know how to help them before.
Help her, Clean.
Yeah, you need help, Clean. What?
You need like a little step stool thing on the floor to
okay, well.
Marjorie, why do you wear
Actually, my shoes are very what? I love hills. I love anything with height.
But why do you wear them at home when you're relaxing?
I'm not relaxing right now.
Oh, you're on stream.
I'm on stream, so I like to wear cute shoes. Is that so wrong? Is that so wrong?
People get less dressed up for work, for Zoom meetings when they're working from home.
I don't even put shoes on when I'm on a Zoom meeting for work. Just kidding. Wiggle. Wait, what? May you wiggle the toes. I don't know if I can do that. That sounds like a lot of work.
I love that people get on my ass for being so casual because this is what I wear when I'm at home.
Mm-hmm.
A live stream, and then there's nothing strange about wearing like a fucking suit, tuxedo, and wedges on stream. That's the thing to do.
No, well, you know, the reality is you have clothes. Like I have nice clothes, but like really these post-pandemic, from the pandemic and beyond.
Yes.
Like, I used to have occasions to wear them frequently, and I used to go out. Like I don't have those occasions anymore. So I do, and I think it's and like Margie likes to dress up, but she doesn't know where to fucking go. Margie doesn't do shit.
Yeah.
So
might
as well like dress up for the stream.
Where am I gonna go? I go in my perfume room. Point the toes. That's pretty funny.
Listen, I want to give your viewers an exclusive, okay? I'm going to wiggle my toes for this stream.
Oh my God.
Is that doing? Make it big.
Oh, you have nice toes, Kevin.
Make it
very
big.
Nice toes.
Make it big.
I don't want to have to look at your feet big, but okay.
Look at them. Look at my feet.
Ooh. I like them.
Cutie toes. Little cutie feet. Hey, Marcus, you like that?
I actually kind of like those toes. Oh my God. Little fucking toe.
I'm dying.
You have feminine feet. Oh my God, you're getting a ton of shit, Kevin.
Well, what
size shoe do you wear, Kevin?
12.
12?
He's got a big foot. That's a big foot.
That's a big ass foot.
Well, I'm like almost 6 feet tall. It has to be 12. Everyone.
How tall are you?
I'm like a little over 6 feet.
Okay.
You guys didn't like my foot?
You know what? Your feet look very clean and well manicured.
They are. You have to listen. This is the
But
thing.
I wouldn't expect anything less from you.
Listen, men need to manicure themselves. I don't mean just their fingernails, but I used to have a video up on my channel like 3 years ago, and it was called Money's Advice. And I'm thinking about putting it back up. And I was telling people I was basically telling men, like, you need to be very mindful of your hygiene, and like you got to get rid of the hair between your eyebrows, on and in your nose, your ears.
Yes.
No hair. You got to keep your nails short and clean. Your back. No one likes back hair. Okay, nobody likes back hair. Hair is fine. Back hair is not okay. Okay, under your arm there shouldn't be a bush. It has to be trimmed. You can leave hair, but it has to be trimmed. It's not supposed to be like hanging out. Teeth, brush your teeth, floss them. Like put some white strips on if they're yellow. Go to the dentist twice a year. Get a cleaning. Like, and men have to do this because no one likes to see your nose hairs just sticking out like a black bush of hair in your ear. Every Friday or every other Friday, I either get my ears waxed, I get my face waxed, like I put wax here, in my ear, and I wax it, or I put the hedge and my girl tweezes it.
Oh, I can't stand hair being
the way to
tweezed.
go. I don't like wax. Wax is painful.
Tweezing freaks me out.
Can't do it. I'd rather shave or pluck.
Nostrils, look how clean my nostrils are. Look at that.
Wow.
Oh, yeah.
Mine could use a trim.
We're going to have to get you in daylight for that check.
Don't worry. I got a flashlight right here.
Oh.
All the stars are here.
Okay.
Wait a second. Rudy left us 5 minutes ago to watch a fight, and now it's
over. What fight was it, Rudy? I used to love watching that.
It's no one you would know.
Wow, it looks pretty damn clean, Kevin.
See that? Look at the ears.
Hive mind concussion. Okay. Wow.
You got to keep it clean.
You know what? You really do. And I appreciate that. And the world appreciates it.
I expect a woman to be clean too. Like, man, I was at this party and this woman, she got this girl, like 30 years old, young girl, has like hair on her lip and on her chin.
Oh, knocked out.
Listen, I get it. Women grow hair in places that people don't realize. I know this. Yeah. I'm Persian, okay? Like, we're the hairy. Shave your legs, you know? Like, I'm on in this Reddit group for jewelry, and this girl is like showing her ring, and she's like, "Do you think it's too tight?" And I'm like, "Sweetie, never mind your tight ring. How about you do a knuckle hair?" Let me see if I can find that picture. I mean, good Lord.
Yeah, hair in places you don't want. Yeah, it's not a good thing. Saint kindness.
Here, look at this. Look at this. Chubby Fingers question. She posts this. But I mean, do you mind getting rid of the fucking knuckle hair? Look at that.
Isn't that bad?
Look, that's not bad. Look at that hair.
I want to take a ring though. I'll take that. Just kidding.
Look how hairy her fingers are.
Yeah, you're right. That's kind of gross.
God. Imagine getting on one knee to propose. You put like a bear claw.
Horrible. Horrible. Kevin. But I do appreciate your hygiene. I do appreciate your hygiene from afar.
I was always, ever since a kid, I was always pretty hygienic and groomed. I mean, I always paid attention to grooming. Even,
yeah, me too.
Where did you learn it from?
What?
Who taught you to be so clean, though?
Well, I would say my mother, but I wouldn't say she, like, I probably got the basics from her, but I took that on myself, really,
Okay.
like my mother always made sure that I had good clothes and, whatever. And somewhere along the line, I just, grooming and stuff just became my thing, even as a kid. So I don't know.
Yeah, my mom taught me, because I remember when I was a kid, every time I'd come in from playing outside, she would say, "Come here," and she would stick her nose into my scalp, and smell it, and let me know like whether or not I need to shower. And then
Get your ass in the shower.
I would take a shower, come out, and then she would smell my head again, and she'd say, "You're doing it wrong." So she would bend my head over in the tub and take her fingernails and just scrub my scalp.
That's true. You have to get in there. That is like something you absolutely have to do. You got to get in there, clean the scalp. But you don't have to like put shampoo down here, because this is all like, well, you wouldn't care, but yeah, you got to get in there. She did not. Moms are the worst. Yes, that's true.
And can I just say that if I see one more fat, out of shape personal trainer at the gym, I'm going to lose my shit.
Serious?
Every time I go to the gym, the personal trainers are getting more and more out of shape.
Wow, that's bad.
Yeah, I don't get it. And then how do they? I don't understand how they still have work, because if you are hiring a personal trainer, why would you always hire a trainer that looks like you, the way you want to look?
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Because there are different ones. There are some very lean, not very muscular, but super fit, trainers. And if that's what you want to look like, great. And then there are trainers with some big honking muscles. And if that's what you want to look like, hire that fucking trainer. Hire the trainer that looks the way you want to look.
Yes.
Okay, maybe.
What were you going to say, Margie?
No. I just
disagree with it. I want to start an argument here. I want to have a nice debate.
Okay, so I was working with a trainer for the last like 6 months, and it was very low key because I have a lot of neck pain. That's what I don't talk about. Like literally every day, all day long, my neck hurts, right? So she was helping me with that and also working me out. Anyways, I lost her, so I need to get a new trainer. Yeah, I have to get that done. But
you need a trainer that kicks your ass.
I need a trainer. Like, I cannot work out on my own. I'm horrible. Like, I won't do it. So I need someone, I need to be accountable. So I think I need to like go outside of my house and have someone train me at least 2 or 3 times a week. I need to get it done. I know I do, but yeah, I'm just being lazy. I haven't like, I think that once you're into that workout mode and you're seeing results, it's very like motivating, and you know what I mean? And then you're into it, but I haven't gotten there in a little while. So I need to get to that point. Yes. And Kevin's going to make it happen for me.
I am?
Mm-hmm.
Listen, I think everybody, I mean, you guys have heard me say this 1,000 times, but everybody should exercise.
Yes.
Not everyone should go be a bodybuilder and get like 6 packs.
Do you work out every day?
6 days a week.
Like
6 days a week, yeah. I need to for my sanity. I don't feel like myself if I don't exercise. I'm sure you guys can relate. If you've ever exercised for more than a few months at a time.
Oh yeah, I mean,
like biologically, like you chemically need it.
Yeah, I want to get to that point.
It's actually easier to exercise every single day than it is to exercise 3 times a week.
Yes, I agree with that.
It's the days off that like make you kind of, it throws you off your rhythm, right?
Are you doing anything right now, clean, like exercise wise, or no?
Not enough, but you know what I just got and used today, because so I'm a big bicyclist, but I have found that I'm not getting out and biking as often as hard as I was. So rather than continuing to tell myself oh, I just need to do it more, and that not doing it more. Look, I still do it. I just don't do it as much as I would like to. Because some days I just literally don't feel like leaving my property. So I just bought a fucking kick-ass jump rope, and I used it today. I used to jump rope a lot back in the day, for exercise.
One of
And
the
I'm like,
best workouts.
it is. So I was like, if I'm not biking as much as I was, then
Have to get your
I don't
heart
want to
up.
leave the property, I'll just fucking get the jump rope. So because I go outside, I do spend time in my yard every day. So I'll just fucking go out there and jump rope, every day outside.
Why don't you buy a Peloton?
Because
What is that? Oh, that's the stable bike. Yes.
Yeah, it's a stable bike. Because I just, one, I don't want to spend the money, and two, most times when people have that kind of equipment in their house, it just becomes a coat rack, and I just don't want to spend the money for something that'll potentially become a coat rack.
Yeah. Yeah. But I don't like exercising at home at all. I really don't like it. I don't like working at home. I don't like I like to compartmentalize everything. So
Yeah,
like,
I think
I like to work in my
probably
office,
healthy.
rest and eat in my home, and exercise at a gym.
You know what? I think that's actually a very healthy way to do it, because I've only been at home, like, working at home and working out at home and doing everything, you know what I mean? But yeah, I think I do need to start compartmentalizing and, you know what I mean? Going outside to work out, right?
Yeah, it's, I mean, look, there's something, they say that the bedroom, you should never eat in your bedroom. You should never read in bed. You should never watch TV in bed. That the bedroom should be only for sex and sleep and nothing else.
Yeah,
because
I agree with that. I'm done with it.
You're like, you get better sleep that way, one, and I'm sure you'll get better sex that way. And that's why I like to only eat at the dining table with the TV off. Music can be playing, but eat at the dining table. I don't like to eat like, in the couch and, watching TV. I like everything in its place. That's what I like.
No, that makes
Yeah,
sense.
I'm down with that. Yep, totally.
Well,
Are you guys-
my battery's at 5% on this laptop.
I know.
Yeah.
I think
we're at 4.5 hours. I think it's time for me to kill the stream.
Shit, that's a long stream.
Your stream, we're having like a private conversation at this point. 40 people. How do you do it? You got the juice, Clean. You've got the juice. You are an excellent host.
You are.
Yeah, good job, man.
Well,
I
thank
think
you.
we can keep going at this point.
Yeah, you should keep going.
But just because we can doesn't mean we should.
Okay. Well, maybe you could go and I'll stay.
Until your birthday. Keep going until Tuesday.
All right.
Hey, Marcus, did you see how I use your quote? Clean as a genius. It's now. I'm going to take all your great quotes. Like, I'll have to clip this. So I'm just going to ultimately have fucking Marcus quotes all over my shit, I think.
I just realized something. Margie reminds me of the brunette in Sex and the City.
That's what somebody said last week. No, when we were talking Sex and the City, when that came up, was it last week here or on one of the other streams?
Yeah, I don't know, but I remember we talked about Sex and the City. But you remind me of the brunette. What's her name? Rachel or something? Or
no? She was my favorite.
Charlotte.
Charlotte.
She's my favorite too.
Yeah. Well, have a good night, guys.
Thanks.
All right.
Thanks for being here. Good night, everybody.
Wait,
Margie,
let's
say goodbye to your
everyone. I
adoring
want to say
fans.
goodbye to everybody. Give me a second. Good night, you guys. Thank you so much for hanging out. I would keep going, but Mr. Clean is a party pooper, and this is his stream, so I guess we have to shut it down. But have a good night. Mwah.
Good night. Peace out, everybody.